I declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders past, present and future. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 28 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now call on representatives from the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association and the City of Port Lincoln to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. Joanne Quigley, Mayor of Lower Eyre Council and Vice President of the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association.
Darren Hunter, Executive Officer of the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association.
Diana Mislov, the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln.
Eric Brown, CEO of the City of Port Lincoln.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, the northern suburbs of Adelaide.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good morning. Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyne, the Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
Good morning, Tom Vanning-Gray.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. And we'll start with the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association. The EPLGA represents all 11 councils across the Eyre Peninsula, a region covering around 230,000 square kilometres, 2,500 kilometres of diverse coastline, supports approximately 59,000 people, and supports and operates 3 commercial airports within its boundaries. These 11 councils manage large road and infrastructure networks across a vast geographic area, often with small and dispersed ratepayer bases. They are resilient, innovative, and accustomed to doing more with less. But there is a point where efficiency alone cannot overcome a structural imbalance between the infrastructure and services that councils are expected to provide and the revenue available to pay for them. We want to focus today on 4 fundamental reforms which we believe are crucial to the ongoing viability of our sector. Firstly, financial assistance grants need to be increased, with the national funding pool restored to at least 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. Secondly, the distribution of these grants should be reviewed to strengthen horizontal fiscal equalisation and ensure funding is directed to councils that need it the most. Thirdly, we would recommend a fundamental shift away from competitive grant programs towards predictable formula-based funding. Competitive grants often favour councils with the staff, specialist expertise and financial capacity to develop sophisticated applications and provide significant contributions. They fund the construction of new infrastructure, but it is councils and communities that are left to fund the upkeep, renewal and depreciation of these assets. Finally, governments should recognise the true cost of delivering local government in regional Australia. This means that funding methodology should recognise extensive asset networks, remoteness, seasonal populations, regional construction premiums, thin markets, cost shifting and limited revenue raising capacity. Our regional councils maintain infrastructure that supports national economic activity, but the cost is carried by relatively small local communities. The closure of the Eyre Peninsula Rail Network is a good example. Around 750,000 tonnes of grain previously travelled by rail to Port Lincoln each year. Since the closure of this network, much of that freight has shifted onto roads, including council roads in my local area that were never designed for that task. Regional councils are also increasingly stepping in when markets fail, supporting healthcare, childcare, housing and other essential services that sit well outside the traditional role of local government. In Kimber, for example, the council has invested almost $1 million upgrading its medical centre and has offered council-owned housing rent-free in an effort to secure a permanent GP, and still has been unable to attract one. The financial sustainability of local government isn't a new issue. We've had multiple inquiries over the past few decades, but we are at a tipping point now and need action. We appreciate the committee coming to Port Lincoln to hear directly from our region and welcome your questions.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the City of Port Lincoln.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the City of Port Lincoln. I expect the committee has already heard considerable evidence about the declining real value of financial assistance grants, cost shifting and the challenges councils face through reliance on competitive and short-term grant programs. We reinforce those concerns. But rather than repeat them, I'd like to briefly explain what they mean for a regional service centre such as Port Lincoln. As our submission mentions, we have a resident population of approximately 15,000 people, but a regional catchment exceeding 35,000 people. Our city provides infrastructure, facilities and services that support not only our residents, but communities across the Eyre Peninsula, significant visitor and seasonal populations, and nationally and regionally significant industries, including seafood, aquaculture, freight, grain export and tourism, and our soon-to-be completed desalination plant. So one of the questions we ask is whether resident population alone adequately reflects the true service burden of a regional centre. At the same time, our community has a CFA disadvantage score of 948, and approximately 65% of council revenue comes from rates. That creates a very real challenge between our responsibility to provide and our community's capacity to pay. That's why untied financial assistance grants are so important. They allow councils to respond to the priorities that actually exist in their communities rather than continually fitting those priorities into competitive funding programs. We support restoring financial assistance grants to at least 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, together with appropriate indexation and better recognition of the actual costs and responsibilities carried by regional councils. For Port Lincoln, those pressures are very practical. They include ageing infrastructure, regional workforce shortages, and significant future coastal adaptation and protection responsibilities. We're not suggesting that Port Lincoln's challenges are greater than those of every other council. They are different. A rural council may have an enormous road network. A regional centre, such as Port Lincoln, carries infrastructure and service responsibilities for a population considerably larger than the population that actually pays its rates. That distinction should matter in any system genuinely seeking fiscal equalisation. Finally, I would ask the committee to consider a related regional workforce issue. If migration policy is intended to address regional workforce shortages, there's merit in examining whether metropolitan Adelaide and genuinely regional communities hundreds of kilometres from the capital should compete on the same footing under regional migration arrangements. Port Lincoln does not seek special treatment. We seek recognition of the actual role we perform, the population we serve, our community's capacity to pay, and the cost of sustaining a strong regional centre. And thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for welcoming us here. I think we've only been here a short while, but we've got a real appreciation so far of what a wonderful place it is. So I just want to ask a question to the City of Port Lincoln to start with. So your submission highlights the increasing mismatch between expanding service responsibilities and available funding, particularly in areas such as climate adaptation, public health, emergency management, regional economic development. How has cost shifting impacted those responsibilities?
Well, we'll hand over to our CEO, Eric Brown, to elaborate on that. But those pressures are related to our infrastructure, of course, stormwater management, the erosion, storm surges, inundation, and the longer-term climate risks that we have. We were fortunate to secure some funding for a coastal adaptation plan, but it's about the longer-term implementation and actions that will come from those plans that we likely won't have the funding for. But I'll pass to our CEO to comment further.
Thank you, members. Eric Brown from the City of Port Lincoln. Look, cost shifting has been a significant and ongoing issue for councils across the board. Every piece of legislation that's put into place creates a regulatory burden on councils, and I won't say every single piece, but very often a piece of legislation that's put in place creates a regulatory burden for councils. Doesn't matter the size of the council, that regulatory burden is quite consistent. Yes, there might be more people that need to actually be regulated through that legislation. So, for example, our EPA requirements, our coastal hazard adaptation requirements, of local nuisance, etc., etc. The state government and the Commonwealth government continue to impose additional requirements on councils. Those are well thought through generally, and generally there's a reason behind that legislation, but there's no accompanying funding to actually implement those changes. So it generally comes from rates. Now, the cost for a council like Port Lincoln to implement building certification, for example, is very similar to a much smaller council further away. And matching the resourcing and actually getting the skill set to be able to do that regulatory function is incredibly difficult. So not only are new obligations being created, there's no matching funding, and there's certainly a significant premium being paid to get those services into the further regions. Building certification, environmental health, planning, etc. There are significant costs that are being imposed, and every time a piece of legislation is reviewed, those actual requirements increase, the obligation on councils increase, with no additional funding. Now, it sounds like there's a few pieces, but the number of pieces of legislation that applies to the average council, is significant. It's well above 50. And each new piece of requirement that the Commonwealth and the state actually implements, for example, coastal hazard adaptation, and although obviously that is an underlying issue that should be addressed and there's validity in addressing it, certainly is. But once again, suddenly council has to resource someone to actually do that planning. Council has to then pay for that planning, and then council has to actually implement the cost of adapting to that, and in certain cases, tens of millions of dollars for a council that's rate base is significantly smaller. So yes, cost shifting is a significant issue. It's continuous, and certainly in my years in local government, I've noticed continuous increases on the obligations on each council. Every time a piece of legislation is reviewed, additional obligations on that council, which is almost never matched with funding. Often it might be matched with introductory funding, but never ongoing operational funding.
Okay, and just thank you for that. And just a question for the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association. So in your submission, you argue that regional councils face significant fiscal sustainability challenges due to large geographical areas, the small ratepayer bases, infrastructure maintenance demands, workforce shortages, and increasing cost shifting. What changes would improve coordination between councils when identifying priorities, and how are councils addressing those challenges?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Darren Hunter, Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association. Because of the challenges, in those areas across the region, the spread of ratepayers, councils are already working together to try and identify some of those opportunities. One of the things that we've done through the EPLGA over the past 12 months is we've set up a number of communities of practice. So we've established 6 different groups of staff working in council works, HR, finance, waste and recycling, communications, and governance. And the reason for doing that was so that they could share information, identify opportunities to collaborate, work on common projects, and so those council boundaries, we're able to work beyond those council boundaries on those projects. So as an example, 10 of the councils have worked together over the last couple of months to hire regional work health and safety coordinators to ensure that there's a standard that's been consistent across councils. So there are a lot of things that councils are already doing, joint procurement tenders, and are always looking at opportunities where they can collaborate on service delivery and projects and get the benefits for their ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming and providing evidence this morning. I know this is a topic which is really important to your communities. Just in relation to the horizontal fiscal equalisation, do you think that the 30% minimum grant principle is preventing genuine fiscal equalisation from operating as it's intended? And within that funding methodology, that distribution, does it adequately recognise the burdens of large regional hubs, but also large rural centres with low populations and both with a smaller rate-paying base?
Diana Mislov, the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln, and I think in my opening remarks I did mention about our population and that the formulas that are used for these methods to calculate shouldn't just be dependent on population, and that there's a variety of extra factors that need to be taken into account, given that we also service so much of the Eyre Peninsula and especially Southern Eyre. But I might pass to our CEO, Eric Brown, to see if he'd like to add to that.
Thank you, Mayor Misloff. Eric Brown, CEO City of Port Lincoln. Our council's financial assistance grant need, or its identified need, is about $6.8 million. We get about 38% of that, at $2.6 million. So yes, there is an issue in how the actual financial assistance grant is allocated, and that means that we're getting significantly less than our identified need based on the formula. Certainly, there would be an advantage to reviewing how the actual formula applies and whether that 30% is required. At the end of the day, though, that's making councils fight for the same size pie in a different way, and that creates tension between councils, and it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a positive conversation to have, I believe. At the end of the day, any conversation about the formula needs to be had in conjunction with a conversation about the size of the pie. 1% of Commonwealth revenue really needs to be the focus, or a proportionate increase over a period of time, combined with a review of the actual formula. It's certainly, as Mayor Misloff has mentioned, our CFA ranking is very, very low. Although there's a general view that Port Lincoln is wealthy and the average resident, ratepayer, there's a conversation about Port Lincoln having the highest number of millionaires per capita, etc. That certainly isn't the case when you look at the average ratepayer. The average CFA rating is very low. Our identified horizontal fiscalisation equalisation measure, 6.8 million, it's well below what we get. And certainly we do subsidise a number of services that we wouldn't otherwise have done if we weren't a regional centre. But the truth is that, yes, I think the formula needs to be reviewed, but only in conjunction with a review of the actual amount that's being paid, because otherwise councils are fighting for the same amount, and that creates, I guess, tension between councils when you're actually trying to work together to actually do better for your communities and actually sharing services, etc. So it's a difficult conversation to have. Thanks.
Yeah, Darren Hunter, EPLGA. I'd agree with those comments from the City of Port Lincoln. We support a review. The purpose of FA grants is horizontal fiscal equalisation, and the question is whether the existing minimum grant arrangements are helping achieve that at the moment. And our concern is that guaranteeing a minimum allocation, irrespective of relative need, can reduce the amount that's available for councils that actually really do need that funding. Every dollar in financial assistance grants that goes to a really small council has a huge effect on that council's budget and their capacity to deliver for their community. A number of our smaller councils' grants make up between 40 and 50% of their total annual operating revenue. So you can see that that's a huge contribution there. So we think that it should be reviewed. We don't specifically have a position on what that percentage should be, but certainly it needs to be looked at, we think, because of those additional costs that regional councils are facing, not only from cost shifting, but probably responsibility shifting as well, where councils have been asked by their communities to do more because there's been market failure.
Thank you. Just in relation to local governments know what's best for their communities, you've had the closure of the railway here some years ago. What impact has that closure had on your communities, and also from a council point of view?
Yeah, Darren Hunter, EPLG. I might throw to our Vice President Mayor Quigley, as her council's been quite impacted by that.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne Quigley, Vice President EPLGA. The infrastructure of our road network has deteriorated to quite a huge extent, actually, because of it. We have trucks going through the township of Cummins heading to Port Lincoln like daily, and they're large trucks moving the grain constantly. The site in Cummins is the most strategic in South Australia. So, and there was so much grain coming from the Eyre Peninsula last year that they had to build 2 temporary bunkers. So that put an extra pressure on that movement on the road network. We were supposed to, from the Rosie funding some years ago when the rail first closed, get an overtaking lane on the Todd Highway, and that never eventuated, just through to funds were just dwindled away, I guess, with doing other projects, unfortunately. But the deterioration of that road and not having that road continually picked up is a concern. That the reality for people moving through to Port Lincoln for medical appointments and those sorts of things, the stress that they go through, because you don't have one truck, you have 5 or 6 in front of you. So it's taking people a lot longer to travel. We're finding that people are travelling on different routes, which is not necessarily as safe, because they just find that stress of those trucks and the movement. So it affects all of our towns. It affects the city of Port Lincoln as they come into the interface with just day-to-day residents and their driving. So it's really been a major concern for us certainly on the Lower Eyre Peninsula.
I'd add to that if that's okay. Sorry.
Just before I hand to the CEO, Diana Mislov, the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln, there's been a huge impact to our city as a result of the indecision about the return of rail to the Eyre Peninsula. If the rail is returned, we are understood to remove 40,000 truck movements per annum from our city, which is very significant. There are B doubles, there are triples coming through our city. It's making it unsafe. The road infrastructure is deteriorating rapidly. So what could be returned as rail, the money has to be spent either on returning the rail or fixing the roads. So we also have a rail corridor right through the city of Port Lincoln on what's Mortlock Terrace, and that's being unused at the moment. So a decision is really important for our community to to realise the best use of that land if it's not going to return. But, we are hopeful. We have been in continual discussions with the state government about the return of rail, and we look forward to those outcomes in time to come. But it is taking quite a long time. It's very important for the City of Port Lincoln to have that resolved. And I'll just hand to the CEO to expand.
Thank you, Member Slough. Eric Brown, CEO, City of Port Lincoln. As Member Slough mentioned, 40,000 heavy truck movements through the centre of Port Lincoln. Now, I guess it's important to understand the context of that. There's only a very few roads in the CBD of Port Lincoln comparatively to another city. 40,000 truck movements is an incredible amount of traffic within a small area over a confined period of time too. And certainly presents a significant safety issue and has been of significant concern since the closure of rail. That's about 700,000 to 1 million tonnes of grain going through our CBD effectively. That's an incredible amount of heavy freight being moved. the increase of trucks more generally through town, because of obviously having to be stored and locations, and just travelling through obviously a number of the roads that travel through state roads, but a number of the other roads are actually council roads. Not only does that mean we have significant repair costs, it means that when we actually come to renew those roads, we actually have to upgrade them to a higher level. Just one segment of our road network that will need to be upgraded because of this transfer is in the order of $20 million over the next 10 years. So in terms of, I guess, cost shifting, we've just had in the order of $20 million, apart from maintenance, just in capital costs being transferred to council effectively through that decision. And that's just one segment of roads. There are more roads that we are yet to quantify the actual damage. Monday this week we had about a month's worth of rainfall within Port Lincoln, and on a number of the DIT roads, the effect of trucks over the last period of time, those roads were in actually, in my opinion, quite reasonable condition before that rain over the last sort of 2-3 months, and certainly before Monday. We can already see those roads that have been reasonably recently constructed deteriorating. They will not hold up to the expected life, and therefore not only has it caused a significant cost to council but also to the state government, and it's yet to be costed what impact that will actually have. But once again, 1 million tonnes of grain going through our CBD by truck.
And certainly this year, with the potential record crop, your network will be really tested. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for hosting us here in beautiful city of Port Lincoln. It's spectacular. I've never been here before, so yeah, thank you. It's very nice. A couple of things I wanted to touch on, but I might start with duplication costs and planning between the three tiers of government. Where do you see the level of collaborative planning between the three tiers of government? What can be done to better enhance efficiencies across all three to improve delivery at the local level?
I might throw to start off with.
Eric Brown, CIC Port Lincoln. Certainly, the state government has been reasonably proactive in actually working through the Air and Far West regional plan, which has brought a number of state departments and state planning teams together with both community and councils to actually work through what this region could look like in a number of years. It is not the first attempt at doing that, but certainly it's probably the most comprehensive attempt at doing that planning work, and certainly creates a reasonable opportunity for each of the departments to work collaboratively with councils to address some of the key infrastructure growth and other challenges that our communities face. In saying that, once again, there is still a gap in terms of state and Commonwealth service provision in the regions. As mentioned earlier, there's a gap in what people would consider basic human rights services in our communities, including access to GPs, access to childcare, access to aged care. The RDA EP has done a lot of work in this space, and certainly you may be aware of the piece of work that was done with respect to a childcare desert in South Australia, and including the Eyre Peninsula, where there was a significant shortfall in childcare gaps. There was a significant. There's also a piece of work being done through the RDA in terms of aged care needs assessment. There's significant gaps in that space. Now, obviously, aged care sits at the Commonwealth level, and obviously childcare does as well. But certainly, there are significant gaps at both the state and Commonwealth level in service provision in the regions, and it would be good to be able to work more collaboratively with the state and federal government to actually address some of those needs. So certainly, in terms of the infrastructure planning housing space, there's been a lot of work, but many of those other key gap areas, service provision gap areas, have not been addressed.
Yeah, Darren Hunter, EPLGA. I'd concur with all of that, and just say also from an infrastructure perspective, there's probably better opportunities to work together and plan around some of the infrastructure constraints in regional Australia. Digital connectivity is a big issue in the region, and as a collection of councils, we've outlined some plans of work with Telstra around some of the extra mobile towers that we need as a region. Jetties is a huge infrastructure challenge. Most of the jetties in the region are owned by the state government, leased back to councils, but councils are responsible for the maintenance and depreciation of those jetties, and those could be multi-million dollar figures that are essentially well beyond their capacity to pay. So we think that there's the opportunity to work across all three levels of government on some of those really bigger ticket infrastructure items that are important to the region, but also important to the state and the country, really, from a identity and an economic productivity perspective.
Diana Mislov, the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln, and it's not really an infrastructure comment, but about financial sustainability and fairness and equity across the Commonwealth. Between different states, there are different, employment tribunals, and that some of those kind of restrictions that we feel here in South Australia in connection with employing CEOs, for example, and minimum and maximum bandwidths and so on, even council remuneration, council elected members and superannuation and things like that are inconsistent between states. And I think there's a role to play between states and federal and local government to just make fair and equitable for all, so that we're all competing on a same playing field.
Thank you. You're not the first person to raise the issue of remuneration and superannuation. I think it does sit within the state remit at the moment. I think we need a constitutional change to be able to dabble in that space. But what I do want to do, I want to just change tact slightly. So yesterday we heard both from ASCOSA, but also from several other councils and gave some feedback on the functioning of ASCOSA. I'm interested to get your views on your interaction with ASCOSA, where you see it within the whole scheme of council operation. Is it a welcomed supplementary tool that you've got to use, or has it become extra burdensome? Like, where does it sit in the scheme of operation?
Joanne Quigley, Mayor Lauria Council, Vice President at Peninsula Local Government Association. The first round was, cumbersome for councils. The price of it, $40,000 per council, regardless of your size. The feeling now is that ASCOSA have come back and said that it was a set-up fee, and that they're now actually considering looking at a scalable approach moving forward. Generally speaking, councils already knew what ASCOSA told them because the information was fed to them from councils. It took a lot of council staff hours and time to do the reports for most councils to actually know what they already knew. So moving forward, we believe that there's an opportunity with this process for them to actually have real outcomes for those councils that need the outcomes. So if you're doing okay, let those councils keep moving forward. But those councils that are unsustainable, they're unsustainable for a reason. If they've identified those reasons, they now need to help support them to change that narrative. So if they can move forward in a positive way and with real outcomes, I think, and they're open to that scalable amount that each council pays, dependent on the size. Because for a small council, if you've got 800 ratepayers and you're paying $40,000 versus, on Onkaparinga that's got hundreds of it's just not equitable.
Disproportion.
And that disproportion continues to happen, and that's a real big concern. So if they can find true outcomes to support and help these councils become sustainable, well, then we can see that could be beneficial.
Diana Mislov, the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln, and I agree with Mayor Quigley. I also would like to add, though, as an accountant myself, I value the ASCOSA reporting and the benchmarking that's set across all of the councils. The cost is obviously, as mentioned, disproportionate, so I think that's being addressed. But I believe that data is knowledge, so the more that they can provide us in terms of looking for the long-term financial planning, for identifying anomalies between, asset management plans and financial sustainability, they've got to be good things. It is, as Mayor Quigley has mentioned, about providing some resolution to that and some effective outcomes at the end of the day. It does, I think, lend to this inquiry in connection with financial sustainability. So it's a very important question. I actually value the report personally. Our council hasn't resolved, I don't believe, in terms of feedback in any other quadrant. But I'll just pass to the.
And this is probably just for clarification, probably to the CEOs, but has it resulted in a higher level of financial literacy within the elected cohort of councillors, and has that made it better, the interface between the administration and the elected council bodies?
Look, Eric Brown, CEO City of Port Lincoln. I might go back to the initial question and then go to the second question. Look, it's a great plan. It's a great initiative. It potentially wasn't implemented perfectly, but at the end of the day, it is great to have that level of oversight to ensure that councils are being assessed externally and are being provided frank and fearless advice that can be used to improve their financial sustainability. As a CEO, you're dealing with the chamber that then reports to the broader community. Raising rates is never a popular thing. It's a difficult conversation to have. And often there are councils that are focused on things outside of core business, particularly when councils are being drawn to be the provider of last resort, to provide medical services, childcare, housing, aged care, etc. You have these competing interests. And therefore it's really good to have an external review that is done that provides context to council's financial decision making as well. And so it does allow the CEO to have independent advice that they can have that conversation with their chamber about, to say, look, actually, we really, we are being drawn in a number of different ways to provide these services, but the truth is that we first have to renew our own infrastructure to be responsible financially. Fortunately, I'm in a good position with my chamber, and I certainly don't have to have those conversations, and our SCOSA process has been positive. But at the end of the day, I am aware that that is not always the case across South Australia, and it does allow for those conversations to be had. Once again, I think it's a great initiative. I think it was imperfectly rolled out. In saying that, though, it was still a valuable process. And as the knowledge of the team that's doing the review continues to improve, and the focus that they have continues to improve, the value will continue to increase. And as an alternative to a rate peg system where you need to apply for a rate application, it is a better process. Mm-hmm. If we look at other states, and not pointing the finger, but let's say New South Wales, the number of rate increases, special rates variations that they've had to do continuously has resulted in poor asset management decisions over a longer period, in my opinion. Yeah. At the end of the day, almost every council has gone cap in hand to IPOT to actually get an approval. Rather than doing that, having an independent oversight process that works somewhat similar to the IPOT review process to actually do an assessment to determine whether the council is acting responsibly, and also very much considering capacity to pay of that community, is an excellent process. Do I think that they can improve it? 100%, and certainly we provided feedback as part of that process to allow them to focus on what they need to focus on, I guess. Do I think that they always get the regional context? No, I don't. Mm-hmm. But I think over a period of time that'll improve. It's very easy to take the same lens to a city council in Adelaide, where they don't have the challenges of having to provide basic state services or federal services, and apply that same methodology to the regional councils. It's not apples and apples. But at the end of the day, I think they are definitely improving their process, and they certainly have been open to some of the feedback provided. I do concur, though, in the cost allocation being equal across councils of, from the largest council in South Australia to the smallest council is inequitable. But at the end of the day, I'm sure the process will continue to improve, and therefore I think it's certainly something that has provided benefit and will continue to provide benefit to the industry.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, just got a question around... sorry. I forgot you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I just wonder how many times, and thank you for appearing, how many times you've actually had to appear, or you have appeared before inquiries into financial sustainability of local government. How many times you've told this story to governments, and how that must feel if you have, without much change.
Diana Mislov, the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln. We have appeared before. We've also represented for the Regional Capitals Australia hearing, and you know, I don't think it matters how many times we have to get. We will continue to appear as many times as necessary to get the message across. What we'd really like to see, in my opinion, is the recommendations from the hearings, you know, taken on board and actioned. But perhaps I'll throw to my CEO.
Yeah, Eric Brown, CEO, City of Port Lincoln. Certainly, there are continuing messages that come out of local government, and certainly the 1% financial assistance grant message has probably been coming out for at least 15 years, I think, since I first came out. Certainly there's been many representations, many conversations about that, and certainly been involved in plenty of these conversations over a long period of time. There has been incremental change in certain areas, but in saying that, very little action overall.
Joanne Quigley, Mayor of Lower Air Council. I guess as an association and an LGA, we each year go to Canberra for the National Assembly, and we go in collectively as an EPLJ as well as with RDA EP and speak to ministers and shadow ministers in regards to the concerns that we have, which has been very consistent over the time I've been involved. I think whilst the 1% and that extending that pool of money is really important, I think we've really come to the point now that it's the formula that we really need to look at, because it's the formula that is meaning that we're not getting the councils that need it most aren't getting the proportion of money they need. I think the other thing that we've been spending a lot of time on is that untied grant funding is obviously key, and if it's not with financial assistance grants, competitive grants we really struggle with for those reasons that we've spoken about before, that we don't have the expertise to be able to get those grants written to the standard that the biggest council areas can. So having extra funding, and we don't mind that it's got a caveat on it, that it might be for a period of time, that it's for infrastructure, or then it's for parks and playgrounds and those sorts of things, but knowing regularly that we're going to get that proportion of money year in, year out to be able to do those projects gives us that financial ability to be able to work forward and give to the communities that we represent whether it, like I say, whether it's a road upgrade or a playground that they're expecting us to be able to do, and that consistency and certainty with budgeting would make a huge difference to us on specifically regional councils.
And sort of on that theme, have there, I mean, put aside financial assistance grants and, you know, the flexibility that they provide councils, what other programs have governments provided over the years that have given you similar flexibility, haven't necessarily come with, you know, co-contributions, or have had a, you know, kind of a disadvantage clause in it that allowed you to say to government, look, we just simply can't match the funding? Can you think of any? I mean, I can think of programs, but I'm not going to lead you. I'm just wondering if there are programs, either state or federal, that have really worked well to complement financial assistance grants.
Look, Eric Brown, CEO of the City of Port Lincoln. Look, there certainly have been. There are a number of grant processes that councils can apply for. There are a number that have still been specific purpose, within categories, and provided a level of flexibility that was very suitable to most councils. Specifically, the local roads and community infrastructure grant funding program was exceptionally well received, and certainly allowed for a lot of infrastructure to be renewed, and particularly in smaller councils. And although the bucket was, comparatively quite large across Australia, for smaller councils, the bucket was still reasonable enough to tackle quite a number of key community projects that have been sitting there for a period of time to renew existing infrastructure. In saying that, there's also been the roads to recovery, and certainly the increases in roads to recovery recently have been very appreciated. That model is very effective because it also requires councils not to cut back on their existing expenditure. Now, I think, and not to suggest that councils are doing the wrong thing in any way, But having an obligation to continue to expend your existing amount on roads and continuing that and reporting on that while increasing grant funding for roads and then which then has to be spent on roads is a very good way of managing that process too. And certainly the increases in that space have been very appreciated as well. There have also been other specific purpose competitive grants that have come out, which have been very appropriate and topical. The big thing though is that when you have those specific purpose grants and they're competitive, often the application process itself requires you to come up with a big new thing to build, which then comes with a cost to run. And that's where it becomes detrimental. It's a race to the bottom to find the biggest thing to build that you have to then pay for. I'm not suggesting all councils do that, but certainly the competitive grant process lends itself towards that. It can also be obviously politically charged and often, and I appreciate that processes are put in place to stop this, but it doesn't appear to always be the case that that's what happens. You get election promises that then result in expenditure that may not have been the best call if you actually competitively assess them. But certainly local roads and community infrastructure and roads to recovery, and particularly the function associated with roads to recovery that requires you to report regularly on your own expenditure to mean that you're not cutting back on expenditure and having that funded through grant funding. It was a very appropriate and effective way of managing grant funding.
Diana Mislov, the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln. Just to add to Eric's contribution there, I'd just like to say thank you too to those grants that aren't, necessarily having a co-contribution, but they are usually after disasters, disaster relief things to do with, bushfire, flooding, even algal bloom. We have been fortunate to be the recipient of some of those, but they are in reaction to disasters. So, yeah.
Joanne Quigley, Mayor of Lower Council. I just wanted to also just mention the SLRP funding that South Australia receives, and just that is widely
That's
used
a special road.
as for special roads,
Yep.
And that the fact that this year it was indexed, which has been really beneficial to regions in South Australia specifically. So, and whilst it's still not necessarily guaranteed for the future, we're hoping that it will continue to be so. And it's just really that sort of funding is what makes the difference for specifically regional councils, to be able to get that infrastructure to that next level that it needs to.
And just my final question, just in terms of, we've had a lot of evidence around competitive grants, and they're certainly not the favourite way of getting funding, but the costs imposed on councils in terms of writing applications, project management, are you able to sort of quantify that impact on council, and just to give us some more evidence as to why, as you say, things like local roads and community infrastructure or roads to recovery, which don't have that application process, are favourable from a quantifiable basis?
Eric Brown, City of Port Lincoln. Look, there is the cost of applying for grants and obviously going through the process of acquitting, etc. The cost isn't that significant necessarily in terms of the actual grant application process. The cost to write a grant is probably between $6,000 and $10,000 of staff time to actually write the grant application. The cost comes when you're looking at all the designs and all that work that may not be successful, and that can be significantly higher. So that can be in the order of 10% of the project to actually do all of those designs that may not come to something. So you have a sunk cost that you might lose if you don't get the grant funding. The bigger cost is the method and decision making when you're applying for grants. For local roads and community infrastructure, you look through the current council priorities in terms of what infrastructure needs to be renewed. R2R, you're looking at the roads that currently need to be improved. You're not looking for new U-boot things to build, and therefore the quality of decision making behind those is significantly better. But in terms of competitive grants, yes, there's a cost to write the application. The bigger cost is the potential sunk cost that you may not recover for doing all of your designs and all of that preparatory work, where you have to get generally externals to do that. You'd incur the same with a project potentially through LRCI or R2R, or if it was self-funded. But at that point in time, it's your decision as to whether you're getting that funding or not, and so it's not a lost cost. Now, in the order of 30 to 100,000 is not out of the ballpark for a normal grant application in terms of design.
Okay.
Joanne Quigley, Mayor of Lower Council. On top of that, it's the time lost waiting for the outcome of that grant. So the RPPP, for example, it was over 18 months, 24 months, and the guidelines changed twice within that period. So you had to resubmit. So the cost, and while you're waiting for that grant outcome, you're not applying for other grants, so therefore the big picture of what you want to achieve isn't happening. So you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting. So the timeline is also a cost to councils because of what we're not achieving in that waiting for it. And I think also the cost because of the integration that you have specifically with like something like the RPPP with partnerships with the state government. That was a cost because of all the extra work that you're doing to sort of get that communication together. So I think that timing is a huge issue for councils because we're not applying for something else that could stepstone those projects.
Great, thank you, Chair.
And just a final question. So with regards to roads to recovery funding, and you've said the significant impacts of freight on roads and all of that, do you think there's any merit in changes to that program to take account of those extra strains on your road network for councils?
Eric Brown, City of Port Lincoln. Look, the R2R grant funding program is very well respected and very well received, and certainly the increases over the last period of time have been very welcome and certainly have been spent very well. As I mentioned, once again, the own source expenditure ratios that are applied are very effective at ensuring the councils don't drop their own expenditure. The problem in changing that model, apart from increasing it, is that needs change over a short period of time, and the cost of actually measuring needs accurately, apart from road length, steel kilometres, etc., is very difficult. I think it's important not to overcomplicate a grant process sometimes as well, and actually spend more in terms of calculating how the grants should be allocated than actually passing on the grant. There certainly are costs in administering a number of the grants processes that are out there, and it's probably more appropriate to ensure that it gets through to the councils to spend than potentially maybe tweaking it, if that makes sense. I do think that there is a reasonable consideration of how the allocation is made, but in terms of temporary adjustments, for example, for these things, it's difficult to continue to review that on a regular basis accurately enough to take account of potentially temporary changes. Doesn't mean that the formula can't be improved. Please don't think I'm saying that. But at the end of the day, once again, I think it comes back to quantum.
Did you want to make a...
Yes, Joanne Quigley, Vice President at Peninsula Government Association. I think it's just the changes in freight movement are so constant that it's that catch-up that is a concern. That whilst I agree with what Eric's saying, that we'll always accept more money, but how you change that to be able to understand the differences in how that's going to happen depending on larger, larger trucks, and how the movement to certain roads will change depending on, as an example, a strategic site from Bungie. So those sorts of classifications of roads can change quite considerably over time.
Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward that to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. I'll resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the District Council of Streaky Bay and the District Council of Ceduna to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Damien Carter, CEO of the District Council of Streaky Bay.
Ben Taylor, CEO, District Council of Ceduna.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, the northern suburbs of Adelaide, South Australia.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good morning, Alison Penfold, a Federal Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
Good morning, Tom Benning, Member for Grey.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and we'll start with the District Council of Streaky Bay.
Damien Carter, Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the District Council of Streaky Bay. If there is one message I'd like the committee to take from our evidence, it is this. The sustainability challenge facing small remote councils is fundamentally a question of fiscal capacity. Streaky Bay raises approximately $4.5 million in general rates to support $138.7 million in listed assets. For every dollar we raise in general rates, we have approximately $31 of assets to maintain, renew and manage. By comparison, for the City of Marion, that figure is approximately $14. And ours is spread across 6,200 square kilometres, including 1,736 kilometres of road and more than 360 kilometres of coastline and 10 dispersed community, and all of this more than 700 kilometres away from Adelaide. Our population increases from around 2,300 to more than 4,000 over the summer period. This is why residential population alone is an inadequate measure of expenditure need. There is also a mathematical limit to simply increasing rates. Our operating and capital grants total approximately $3.77 million, equivalent to 83% of our general rate revenue. If that funding disappeared, we would have to approximately bring our rates up 83%, and that doesn't actually deliver a single additional project. Similarly, a $1 million grant contribution represents 22% of Streaky Bay's annual general rates. For a metropolitan council raising $100 million, that's just 1%. Same dollar contribution, completely different fiscal burden. But our argument is not simply that government should provide more money. We also have an obligation to become more productive. That means greater regional collaboration, shared services and a better use of technology. We particularly see artificial intelligence as an opportunity to address specialised skills gaps facing small councils. AI will not replace professional judgment, but it can multiply the capability of a small workforce through better access to knowledge, analysts and automation. Efficiency matters, but efficiency cannot manufacture fiscal capacity. So our asks for the committee are practical. First, modernise financial assistance grants to better recognise asset burden, road length, remoteness and limited revenue capacity. Second, create a permanent, predictable local infrastructure allocation, similar in principle to the Roads to Recovery Fund. Third, establish a small regional house growth enabling program that provides targeted programs to small regional community councils to unlock housing development. Fourth, establish a general no-cost shift in principle, including whole-of-life funding for transferred responsibility and assets. And fifth, recognise councils in remote areas as essential partners in delivering essential regional services where there's no viable provider that exists, without making local ratepayers the default funders of state or federal government responsibilities. The test we ask the committee to apply is simple. Can a well-managed small council maintain essential infrastructure and services without unaffordable rates, deferred asset renewal or shifting broader government responsibilities onto local ratepayers? If the answer is no, the problem is not simply council efficiency. It is funding architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Ben Taylor, District Councillor for Ceduna. Chairperson, committee members, thank you for allowing me to present today. Next week marks 16 years for me at District Council of Ceduna in various different finance roles. As part of my preamble, comments that I've always received from the community in regards to council. Why don't you run more like a count? Why don't you more run like a business instead of keep increasing our council rates? It's a fair comment. Over 15 years, council rates have increased by 43% above inflation over that period of time. So people do feel the strain of those costs. They don't see the 7 staff that I don't have now that I had 15 years ago. They don't see all the contractors that provide the services that they used to provide. They don't see the financial assistance grants that have reduced by 20% relative to inflation over those 15 years. They don't see that our infrastructure costs have gone from an infrastructure base of $48 million 10 years ago to $203 million from 2025 financial year. All they see is the rates. What I want to present is the whole picture, how as an organisation we've been trying to balance our budget, but yet ASCOSA have now deemed our council unsustainable. Along with that, why don't you just go and chase more grants? Well, that's easy said than done. Local roads and community infrastructure funding, roads to recovery funding, very good grants that provide councils the ability to deal with projects of high importance. Competitive grants, you're competing against most councils in Australia for very small amounts of money for mainly newer upgraded assets. Again, another newer upgraded asset means another asset on your books and more cost in the future. The challenges that we face in remote areas, and District Council of Ceduna is the second most remote council in South Australia and is the westernmost council in South Australia, is becoming harder and harder. Attraction and retention of staff. I have, since I've been CEO, I've lost 2 key managers. Haven't been able to replace both of them because of the challenges of housing, competing against other markets, and other factors as well. Mainly being how do I balance my budget. With all of that, we then have the future unknowns. We have the unknowns in regards to further state government policy decisions. We've already been dealing with cost cutting, we've been dealing with cost shifting, we're dealing with additional compliance as a result of legislation. In the future, are we going to have to deal with rate capping in South Australia? We just don't know. Also, climate change. I've gone from 2 years ago having the driest year on record in Ceduna, with some properties receiving less than 100 millimetres of rain, to this year having properties that had 260 millimetres of rain in less than 24 hours. So I've gone from drought to flood. With all of this as well, 250 kilometres of coastline across 5 towns, and dealing with the impacts of that moving forwards. So they're just some of the challenges that I've faced in my 15 years and will continue to face them in the future. But I'm happy to take any questions from the committee in regards to these matters moving forwards. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And this is probably a question for both witnesses. From your perspective, what are the main pressures affecting your council's financial sustainability, and which responsibilities are becoming harder to fund within the current revenue base?
Ben Taylor, District Councillor of Ceduna. I think one of the biggest challenges is actually cost of compliance with legislation change. Okay. I have gone through and estimated that at least 20% of council's operating budget is now spent on legislative compliance, whether that's state and federal government compliance. I guess as a member of the community, I'd want to see my money being spent on things in the community rather than effectively just ticking a box for someone living in Adelaide or Canberra. That, for me, is one of the single biggest things that I've seen over my time in local government that has become the biggest challenge moving forwards for, I guess, our limited revenue base.
For me, it's probably the lack of state and federal government presence in our communities. So in 2016, our long-established GP retired from our community, and no one was able to take over that GP services. To put it in perspective, Streaky Bay isn't a declining population. We grow around about 1% per year, and as I said, we also double our population in there. So there was no real rationale for the withdrawal of those services. Council had to step forth and take over those services. It cost Council probably up until this point around about $2.5 million in intervening in those GP services. We then basically moved on to transition to a community-based board, and we've had to provide numerous assistance to that community-based board, not only around advocacy, but I, sit on that board basically as an observer and give them a lot of governance advice and those type of things. I've got another key staff member who actually sits on there as a board, but I allow her a lot of time during work time to help that board as well. And so it's kind of like, this is a cost impost that other communities, particularly your metro communities, don't actually have to put forth. And it's just one example of many of those other things that we've had to step in and take over the responsibility, because there is very little state and federal representative. Mr Venning is an amazing MP and gets around, but the Cedar Grey is large, it's huge. And so many people, when there's an issue, they come to Council, even though it may fall out of Council's remit.
And what percentage of your operating revenue is the financial assistance grants?
Ben Taylor, District Council of Ceduna. It now represents approximately 20% of Council's budget. It was 25% when I first commenced.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, it's around 3.77 million, which is equivalent to 83% of our general rate revenue.
Okay, thank you. Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for coming down to Lincoln today and providing evidence. It's a long drive for both of you. We've talked a lot about how costs are disproportionate for councils like yours: governance and compliance, workforce attraction, capital works, grant writing, etc., etc. But I want to shift the conversation to issues that are specific to your two councils for awareness for this committee, and the cost burden that your councils have as opposed to other regional councils or indeed metropolitan councils. Water and lack thereof. You're at the end of the line when it comes to the Morgan Whyalla pipeline. Native title and the costs that poses on new developments. And then secondly, some of the, more so for Ceduna for this one, around the costs of dealing with antisocial behaviour from citizens that aren't necessarily from your LGA.
Yes, thank you, Ben Taylor, District Council of Ceduna. So, District Council of Ceduna's boundary finishes 440 kilometres east of the Western Australian and South Australian border. Although there is no councils west of Ceduna, we are a service hub for those communities west, and including even communities into Western Australia as well. With that, we have at any one point in time potentially 1,000 to 1,500 people more within our community than what our, population data shows. We have numerous communities: Yallotta community, Oak Valley community in South Australia, and even Junjunjara, which is in Western Australia. And those Indigenous communities, they come down into Ceduna for health services, general social services and things like that. Member for Grey is fully aware that Council has, we were part of the cashless debit card trial of the federal government for many years because of the antisocial behaviour that we deal with. Probably as a dollar figure, Council spends used to spend nearly $500,000 a year dealing with antisocial behaviour issues in our council area. That's a significant amount, considering that we were probably about $10 million operating budget at that point in time. We now, as a council, are probably spending probably $250,000 a year on antisocial behaviour issues. And as an example, we're currently seeking grant funding for nearly $500,000 to appoint special positions just to actually deal with people from communities when they are in Ceduna, so that we can obviously try to reduce the antisocial behaviour and, quite frankly, the negative perception of what is a beautiful town in the media. So that's the antisocial side of things. From a water perspective, as an example, Ceduna is one of the very rare councils in South Australia that actually has potable water. State government policy decision in the early 1990s removed cost efficiencies to provide water west of Ceduna, because Ceduna is where SA Water's mains finish. What did council do? Council went and built 90 kilometres of mains pipeline to provide water to 3 Aboriginal communities and two towns, including communities outside of our council area. It's all well and good when it costs $4 million to build. Now cost me $30 million to replace, and the cost of water is now getting higher and higher and higher. I have been working with state government nearly since 2014 to have the state government return these assets to SA Water, and every single time of every new state government get rejected every time. These are the challenges that we face. Mind you, in saying that, we're extremely happy and to actually still have access to potable water, because without that, our region simply wouldn't be livable. Native title is the final question from Member for Grey. Probably Mr Carter might have a different view, but Ceduna Council's native title arrangements were determined in 2013. We do have a good working relationship with the current native title board. However, and whilst there were difficulties over, say, the first 5 years with in getting through working with the native title board, we are actually forming a very strong relationship and collectively working together to try to push regional issues to both state and federal government. Thank you.
Okay. Damien Carter. Water's an important one for us as well, and it's an important one where the state government has failed us. So up until about 2004, we received our potable water from a basin called Robinson Basin. That was becoming extremely stressed with the water taking out of there. So with that, the state government embarked on a number of sustainability inquiries around Streaky Bay's water supply, and they come up with a solution of building a pipeline from the township of Putra, which connected us into the SA Water potable water system, but they built it at 20 mil. And the actual rationale for that was they were going to shandy the water with Robinson Basin, and that would keep us to capacity till 2016. It is now 2026, and they have never shandied that water with Robinson Basin. And so with that, we have water meters in the township of Streaky Bay, which people will build a new dwelling on, and SA Water will deny them an allocation to be able to connect in there because they just simply don't have enough water. Any property outside of an infinite boundary of Streaky Bay as a township, which is very, very defined, and so most new population development, they aren't allowed to collect potable water. They have to build enough water capacity to capture 60,000 litres of water, which means all of our properties are quite large, and that impacts everything. It impacts maintaining roads because you've got more residential roads to maintain. Picking bins up, instead of being in a metro area where we go 5 metres to pick each bin up, you're going 150 metres up the road to pick up each bin. And even in regards to operations, so we installed a standpipe in Streaky Bay this year. One of the conditions of us installing a standpipe is we had to hand back one of our water hydrants. So we've only got one water hydrant to tap into to get water to maintain our road construction and maintenance activities. And we've gone to the state government on numerous occasions, highlighting this issue and highlighting our desperate need for water. And as I say, we're developing at 1%. And, reality is we're potentially having to do a industrial estate development nearer rather than later. We've exhausted all of our industrial land. And we've got no potable water. And the state government, they don't care. They only care about the Greater Adelaide region. And that's the reality of it. Native title, look, I'll be honest, but I say this with all love for our free native title groups. The determination within the District Council of Streaky Bay has just been recent. So with that, our relationship has just started. We're just developing that relationship, and we're starting to work into that relationship and work well. But the reality is, as a situation, is native title means those native title groups have rights over those lands. Those rights may be economic rights. So that means that part of something that council may have received funds for in the previous now goes to that native title group. That also means, and probably my biggest concern with it, because as I say, on a personal basis, I love our native title group and all the rest of it, but as soon as you get lawyers involved in developing ELIAs and all the rest of it, that's another cost impost onto council. And we don't have the internal capabilities to, work through those ELIAs. We have to then engage a lawyer to go through it. That's just the reality. As I say, I think our native title group and our council, where we're working towards, is a really, really positive thing, and we're working towards that. But we also have to be realistic about those cost imposts that native title do bring onto our council. And those cost imposts affect regional councils far more than metro councils, because you look at the way native title land has been extinguished.
Thank you. Last one from me. This is more so a decision of state government, but I would like this committee to address it at some point. But council amalgamations. What are your view on council amalgamations in relation to the inquiry today?
So, for me, probably, Damien Carter, sorry. For me, I'll probably bring up this comparison straight off the bat. If you were to look at Streaky Bay, Woodner and Alliston's and amalgamate us as free council areas, would be, and probably some people would say, a natural progression, that would give us a road network of 4,474 kilometres. That's longer than a driving distance from Sydney to Perth. The reality is when you look at amalgamation, particularly in regional and remote areas, it doesn't increase household incomes. It doesn't create rateable properties. It doesn't shorten roads. It doesn't remove infrastructure. It doesn't eliminate freight costs, and it doesn't remove renewal backlogs. In many regards, if you amalgamate two financially weak councils, all you're doing is creating one larger financially weak council. And amalgamation will never overcome that tyranny of distance, and that's even without talking about the getting rid of local decision making, and then also the effects that you may have on certain townships in regards to that workforce now not longer being there. That's another decline of those townships as well. So for me, when I've looked at it, and when I look at our road network and what we have to maintain, and even look at how we deliver services to a larger, broader area, and there's been councils in Northern Territory where I've worked at, and they've been larger than the state of Victoria. When you start to look at that tyranny of distance, amalgamation just simply doesn't work.
Ben Taylor, District Council of Ceduna. Bit disappointed you didn't include Ceduna in your comparison there. We only have one neighbour, and that's District Council of Streaky Bay. So I guess amalgamations, they are something that are always going to be spoken about. My comparison, Ceduna and Streaky Bay combined, our road network is the equivalent of travelling from Brisbane to Melbourne and back. So it is a challenge potentially moving forwards, and for both of our councils, and we have spoken about this previously about amalgamations. Ceduna and Streaky Bay couldn't be much more different if you actually tried, in terms of, the social and political aspects of both the towns, or both the councils. Sorry. With that would then obviously come significant issues, in that prioritisation of what becomes a priority of a merged council. And I've presented to all of my peers at the EPLGA on how different probably Ceduna is to most of the other councils on the Eyre Peninsula. As an example, we have half the farmers that most other country councils on the Eyre Peninsula have. We have a lot more people within our township of Ceduna. Ceduna and Kinniba are both within the bottom 20% of the CIFA index in Australia. So we have those social economic issues as well. At the same time, state government, if they're going to make a decision, they're going to make a decision with probably little consultation with councils on this matter. I don't think it would work. I've seen in other states where amalgamations have occurred and then de-amalgamations have occurred afterwards. Will it bring cost savings? I don't think it will. All it's going to do is basically just remove some CEO positions, but then probably result in an additional tier of management, because there's still going to be that demand for the the same level of service has been provided within the same communities as it has been for all those years. Thank you.
Damien Carter, just adding one more thing in regards to managerial work and all the rest of it. I, on an average fortnight, work around about 110 to 120 hours a fortnight. I often do a full shift on a Sunday. When I do that full shift on a Sunday, I'm not alone in that office. I've got general managers working with me. We are lucky. We have got a whole executive team that absolutely love their community and will go above and beyond for their community. But many would say they go too far, you know, spending a Sunday working, going those extra miles for their community. And that's just not sustainable itself. And so, you know, when you're looking at amalgamation, you're going to lose those actual officers that do that amount of work. And when you're in a small remote council, you go above and beyond. I've cleaned toilets, I've emptied bins, I've mowed lawns. That's the reality of being in a small regional council.
Thank you. I might go to Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested to understand the level of collaboration across councils. Do you run shared services like road crews for road maintenance or the like? Have you got any examples of where you are collaborating with local councils nearby?
Damien Carter, we've started working on that. We've started conversations across the whole of the Western EP, and that's being Streaky Bay, Ceduna, Alliston and Woodner. Particularly Alliston and Woodner and Streaky Bay have started working collaboratively a lot more. So we've gone out onto joint tender for road sealing contracts. That allows us to share the mobilisation costs, because one of the significant things that we have is a mobilisation cost of anywhere between 5 to 10,000. We've also looked at, you know, so this year we actually employed a Woodner staff member to raise rubble for us. And we're actually looking at that furthermore. We've had numerous conversations amongst all four councils, and we're looking at that as well, and we're looking to see how we can collaborate a lot more as well.
Fantastic.
Ben Taylor, District Council for Ceduna. Yes, over the years, collaboration or attempted collaboration has occurred, whether that be joint procurement processes, staff sharing, as an example. We engaged services of Streaky Bay Council for 4 years to have their planner work with council. District Council of Woodner, we engaged their environmental health officers for nearly 7 years in arrangements like that, because we all can't employ that one person, but at the same time the workload of that person in a council isn't a full-time role. In regards to road crews and things like that, in our council, our crew is basically designed to be on council's workload all year round. So bitumen resealing and things like that, yes, joint procurement has occurred in the past, and we have seen the benefits of it. I understand the need for collaboration, and as a result, one of the decisions that my council has made in the last 12 months is we've actually moved away from the electronic business system that our council has used for over 20 years to migrate to the same system that I think 8 of the 11 councils on the Eyre Peninsula are now using. Obviously, my staff were not happy with that decision, but in consultation with them, it's about the future and having the ability to be able to, for us to be able to support another council if they've got staff away, or vice versa, if we need the help in the future, that we could potentially call upon a neighbouring council to have someone that's experienced in that to actually and come in and fill that void. And so it's looking at those different things as part of the collaboration. There's been many attempts over the entire Eyre Peninsula to collaborate on major projects. I think what we're now finding is that if we can join smaller collaboration between 4 to 5 councils, we are getting more achievable outcomes.
Just my last question, just on the ESCOSA piece, you heard me ask the question of the previous panel. I'm keen to get your feedback on your thoughts on how it works, what can be done to improve it, and the benefits that you see from it, or the drawbacks.
Damien Carter, look, I really like the transparency of it. I like the fact that I had another document that I can rely on to have discussions, hard discussions with our community, as well as council. It probably, if I had to be a critic of it, I didn't like how it was formatted. It come with the word of sustainable, unsustainable, mostly sustainable, whatever that purpose is. I'd never go home and tell my wife I was mostly faithful, but that's another story. But what would happen then is the media would just pick up on those one or two words and then sensationalise what's actually occurring. And, I saw that probably firsthand with the District Councillor Sejuna, and I know Ben will speak a lot more about that. But yeah, so in regards to that, and then the cost, and Mayor Quigley spoke about it as well. It's $40,000. That's equivalent to 1% of a 1% rate rise within Streaky Bay. That's a lot of money. And it's a case of, would I get a better bang for buck if I got a consultancy firm like KPMG or someone else like that to come in and do the same level of analyst? Because as everyone has said across the sector, it is nothing that we don't know. But at the same time, it was great. I can't speak highly enough of the staff and the way we work with the staff and all the rest of it. And I think ultimately it gives a level of transparency which is a great value to our ratepayers.
Can I just for clarification, the equivalency of 1% rate rise, is that in the 1 year or spread over the 4 years?
That would be in the 1 year. So we had a 1%
so
rate rise. It would be
$10,000
equivalent to around $40,000. So we functionally had to increase our rates 1% to pay for the ISCOSA report.
But the ISCOSA charge is $40,000 over 4 years.
Over
correct?
4 years, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
but that equates to
that would
a
equate to
$10,000
something
increase.
like a quarter of a percent of a rate rise. Each
Okay.
year.
Yep. Thank you.
Deputy Chair.
Oh, does Mr Taylor want to answer?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, Ben Taylor, District Councillor for Sejuna. Look, I much prefer the ISCOSA process than the alternative, which was potentially rate capping in South Australia. I think that would have had a far negative impact on all councils. So I guess I'll start off with that, because I guess my next response is the ISCOSA report for Sejuna was obviously not very nice. And as a new CEO at that time, and being in the council for a long period of time, a lot of questions asked about me about, well, do you know what you're doing? To have ISCOSA say that you should shut your airport because it's unsustainable, that's easy for an accountant to say, but when you're 800 kilometres away from Adelaide, when Royal Flying Doctor Service, when the military, it's because the Sejuna Aerodrome is basically halfway between Sydney and Perth. It is a strategic transcontinental runway in a government perspective. But when the SCOSA say, oh, well, it's unsustainable, you should shut it down and cut your losses. They didn't go in, they didn't listen to the story about, well, yes, we've suffered for 5 years because of Regional Express's obviously reduction because Regional Express is our only commercial airline provider. So we tried to find alternative providers. We could not provide an alternative provider. So we had to deal with the lower airfare, the lower amount of flights, and therefore the significant loss of revenue. So it was very hurtful that it was, and as I've said to people in the community, very much looked at from a financial perspective, but not looked at from a social benefit perspective. Same thing as the water that Member for Grey spoke about earlier. The water scheme that council runs as a significant operating loss. But the fact of the matter is that if I increase the price of water, people aren't going to use it, and I'm then going to lose even more money. I've been trying for over 10 years to get the state government to take it over, to no avail. So the SCOSA report was quite damning of our council, but it looked at things from a pure dollars and cents perspective. It didn't look at the social benefit of lost providing services to the council, and basically as a level of government, what the community's expectation and wants are for these sorts of services. It is a great document, though. For me, I'm going to have a 75% turnover of elected members at the next local government election. So it is a good document for my new councillors to look at and see where we stand, and also the work that we're now doing to obviously improve upon that. But as I pointed out in my preamble, We have been cutting costs every year over 15 years. We have been losing funding from the financial assistance grants over 15 years. We can keep increasing rates, but how much more can we keep increasing rates by to make ourselves sustainable?
Deputy Chair. Right, thank you. Thank you very much both for appearing today. I appreciate it. It's a long drive to be here, so it's wonderful to have this opportunity. Mr. Carter, particularly in your opening comments, you talked about funding assets on a life cycle basis. Could you perhaps give some more information to the committee about just how that could be costed, how the federal government or the state government could provide funding for full life cycle costs on an asset that might be for 40 years?
So, it's been spoken about previously in regards to, having and I've raised it here about having, a permanent, predictable local infrastructure allocation. And I'll probably use the example of a playground in a small regional town. Some of our inland towns have got a declining population, and they've got a playground which will come to its end of life, and then we have to renew that playground. If I was purely to sit there and run cancer like a business, I would say, well, declining population, we need to remove that piece of playground. But that goes against all those kids that are still within that community having access to a playground. So being able to tap in to a fund from the federal government to be able to help us with our asset renewables would be highly, highly valuable. In terms of our asset maintenance and our, apart from roads, which obviously we tap into quite significantly to the Roads to Recovery Fund to maintain our road network and assets. In terms of other assets and their management and maintenance of them, I think the responsibility falls on councils for doing that and having strong asset management processes in place, but then also communicating to the community about that, and also the fact that we have to, depreciate our assets into our books as well means that we're always considering those costs of maintaining it and all the rest of it. But particularly when we come to asset renewals, that's where we really need the assistance. And, probably the prime example across the EP across there, which is probably not an example that we have done, because we've just, all of our jetties are in a good condition. And mind you, we tapped into the LCRI program for our Haslam jetty to put money into that, to renew that. Jetties is probably the prime example. All these jetties are getting end of life, and councils don't have the funds to renew these assets, because particularly coastal infrastructure, and particularly in the face of climate change, it is quite expensive to maintain. I replaced a footbridge which went across one of our salt swamps as per such, which obviously gets, submerged by water. We had to use composite materials and stuff like that. When that built, that would have cost council a couple of $1,000 and a little bit of local know-how, because they were using treated pine and all the rest of it. Now that, we have to consider the environmental sensitivities of that swampland, and we also have to have, a sustainable infrastructure, that project cost us $150,000 for a 25-metre footbridge. That's not even looking at some of our existing boardwalks and all those type of assets that we have that we come into after to maintain, and then also the increase in regards to having them safe and those type of things. Disability access and all those things we have to consider as well.
Mr. Taylor, do you have any comments?
Ben Taylor, District Councillor Stuna. It is. Councils do maintain a lot of our assets are very long life. 25, 30, 40, 50 underground infrastructure, 100 years plus. As I said in my preamble, cost of infrastructure for us has probably increased by a factor of 4 over the last 15 years. So the items that were built 15, 20 years ago when I was a boy living in Ceduna are now getting to the point where they have to be replaced. And as I tell people, well, there's been very little the consideration for the significant cost increase. Now, we may not be able to replace those things. Well, you have to. Well, okay, that's all well and good, but it doesn't cost us $50 now to replace a metre of footpath. It now costs us $200 to replace a metre of footpath, and so on and so on. It's 25,000 kilometres for a kilometre of road is now $75,000 for that same section of road. I guess that is the impacts on councils, and we are definitely feeling that as a result. The SCOSA report highlights the importance of asset management planning. That's all well and good, but when you have significant increases as a result of inflationary pressures, less organisations that can actually do it, obviously supply issues and things like that would then drive your costs up. They are factors that councils of our ilk, we just can't fund those significant increases, even though the community expectation is that those assets and infrastructure are still there in the future.
So again, I go back to how do you fund whole of life cycle? I mean, we've got a lot of assets. I mean, in my area, we had, the 50s, 60s, 70s, a lot of money spent. I've got a big electorate, not the size of Tom's, but it's certainly, I've got a lot of pools, a lot of towns, and they all want, like you, the same things kept. How do we, as a federation, fund just to maintain existing assets? And we're talking a very, very large number across the country. What do you see, as solutions to this?
Well, you're ultimately right. I mean, we are having that scenario, and already as a council, we're doing the best as we're possibly doing. And we're having to have some hard conversations with some of our community members around their aspirations and around that. But then also, at the same time, we're having to make decisions where we actually may need a critical bit of infrastructure, but we're deliberately delaying that because we know we have to actually take on the maintenance of that thing. But then also we have to depreciate that as well, and that will ultimately affect our operating balance at the end of the year and could possibly put us into a deficit and those type of things. And they're the things that the community can't understand. They see, let's just say a 4.5% rate rise, and they think that's an extraordinary amount of money. But, and I've spoken about, 1% being equivalent to 40,000, that's not an extraordinary amount of money. The big thing for us from a regional perspective, particularly in a remote perspective, is the state as well as the federal government need to acknowledge that and understand that. Need to understand it. As I draw the analogy, we talked about the amount of road length that goes through all of our district councils. The reality is that's vital road infrastructure. That's vital infrastructure for obviously agriculture, aquaculture, and particularly emerging across the Western EP mining as well. These are all things that go into our national bottom line through GDP output. But at the same time, you're expecting local government to actually facilitate the infrastructure for that, and that has to change, and that perception has to change, and we do need the support there because we will have to make the hard decisions this year. And someone spoke about the amount of rain and all the rest of it. Our roads got smashed, particularly our unsealed road network, because we're not normally used to that route of roads. What do? Do we start to actually close some of our non-use roads during those high level of rainfalls to protect the assets, all of those? I'm sure that's a thing that, the grain producers would absolutely fight us against if we had to do it. But, these are the decisions we don't want to make, and nor should we make.
Ben Taylor, District Councillor Stuna. Drought Communities Program, Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, Regional Airport Upgrade Programs. These are all programs that that we have been fortunate in receiving funding for, and without those funds that could be used to replace our existing infrastructure base, most of that infrastructure wouldn't have been replaced. Most competitive grants, as I said before, and you're upgraded, if there was an allocation provided in the future that was purely for existing infrastructure so that it could be replaced, because for our regions, remote regions, it's all about livability. If we don't have the things that you can get closer to Adelaide, people would much rather live there than what they do out in remote parts of Australia. So I think if you're talking about cost, it's about potentially having some form of funding allocation that is not for newer upgraded assets for organisations, but it's actually to replace existing infrastructure within, say, remote regions, so that those areas can still be considered livable into the future.
Can I just very quickly, I guess if looking at financial assistance grants, even that getting that to 1%, that is not going to address your asset renewal backlog. So we are talking somehow potentially about some other pool that is untied, but specifically enables you, not for bright new shiny things, but just to do. So is that what?
Yeah.
So I mean, can I just say before you start, the use of your untied grants is largely not going to be for asset renewal, is it? Now,
No, operational.
operational, right? Yeah.
And, Damien Carter, you're absolutely right there. When we look at the competitive grants program, and it's been spoken about previously, you look at the resource allocation you need to compete for those grant programs. You need to create the business case. You need to create the designs. $250,000 is a large expenditure for a small remote council. And that's where we need to go, just to go for the competitive grant program. And then we may not actually even get that grant program. It's, in many regards, you're chasing fairies in the garden type thing when you're going for that. We desperately do need uncompetitive grants, particularly for asset renewals. As the Roads to Recovery program is a perfect example of a great program. We actually report back to the federal government about what road assets we're renewing, and then they're able to, put their name to it and see that they're getting value for money. We could expand that into other infrastructure. I know you say bright, sparkly new things, but playground renewals do need. You look at the OH&S requirements around playground inspections. You have to do them a weekly inspection. You have to get an independent person to come through and do a two yearly inspection, and they're all actually saying that you have to actually replace these playgrounds along there. In regards to antisocial behaviour, we don't have the same issues as a district council of Ceduna, but we still have some antisocial behaviour. A lot of that antisocial behaviour happens around your youth facilities. That's the reality of it. And so, again, more untied funding to actually help us renew those assets would be just a dramatic thing. If that's the one thing that we can get out of this, that's a positive and absolute win for us.
Thank you, Chair.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today and driving such a long way to be here. It's been really, really valuable for us. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Lower Eyre Council, District Council of Elliston and District Council of Tumby Bay to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? I don't know where to start. What's happening?
Luke Mulane, District Council of Tumby Bay, CEO.
And Jeff Church, at the Mayor of the District Council of Tumby Bay.
Nikki Becker, CEO, District Council of Elliston.
Joanne Quigley, Mayor of Lower Eyre Council.
Marnie Locke, CEO, Lower Eyre Council.
Brad Tolley, Director of Infrastructure and Development of the Lower Eyre Council.
Bryce Breed, Acting Director, Corporate Services and Community, Lower Eyre Council.
Great, thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Thanks, Chair. Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good morning. Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Good morning, Tom Vanning Gray.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and we might start with the Lower Eyre Council.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today on behalf of Lower Eyre Council. Lower Eyre Council is a highly productive regional economy. With only 6,150 residents, we generate approximately $400 million in gross regional product each year, underpinned by nationally significant agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries and tourism. Our challenge is not the value we create, it is the scale and cost of the infrastructure required to support it. Council covers just under 5,000 square kilometres, includes 709 kilometres of coastline and has a population density of just 1 to 3 residents per square kilometre. Yet we are responsible for more than $178 million in community infrastructure, including local roads that support freight, primary production, tourism and regional connectivity across the Eyre Peninsula. That task is growing faster than our funding base. Our asset renewal backlog now exceeds $16.5 million, greater than our annual operating income. Since rail-based grain haulage on the Eyre Peninsula ended in 2019, more of the region's freight tasks have moved onto the roads we maintain. Rates already contribute approximately 72% of council revenue, while Commonwealth Financial Assistance grants and Roads to Recovery grants accounts for just 14.5%. Like many regional councils, we also deliver services beyond traditional local government. In Cummins, we help provide doctor accommodation to support regional health access. Across townships such as Cummins and Coffin Bay, growth is constrained less by demand than by the enabling infrastructure needed to support it, like CWMS. We also own and operate Port Lincoln Airport, the largest regional airport in South Australia, an essential connection for health, business and tourism. Successive aviation security requirements deliver important national outcomes but place disproportionate costs on regional communities that often have no practical alternative to air travel. Our message today is simple. Small regional councils are delivering infrastructure and services of local, state and national significance, but our financial capacity is increasingly stretched. Continued and enhanced Commonwealth investment is essential if regional communities are to remain productive, connected, resilient and sustainable. We appreciate the community coming to Port Lincoln to hear directly from our region and welcome your questions.
Thank you. Now we'll now go to the District Council of Elliston.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Financial sustainability is not just an accounting question. In Elliston, it determines whether roads are safe, isolated communities have drinking water, and worthwhile projects become reality. We are financially sustainable today, according to ASCOSA, but at a significant opportunity cost to our community. We protect our balance sheet by maintaining existing assets, deferring improvements, and rejecting infrastructure whose whole-of-life costs we cannot carry. Our financial indicators are sound, but our community ultimately misses out on new facilities and opportunities. This is not sustainable and will not meet community expectations long term. We have done what a responsible council should. With only 22 full-time equivalent employees, we have reviewed services, prioritised renewal and reduced overheads by 2.5% nominally over 3 years, which is an 8.1% reduction against Adelaide CPI. We have also created additional revenue streams through the acquisition of a caravan park and the build of short-term worker accommodation. Those ventures help our bottom line, but non-core commercial activity cannot replace fair funding. Our challenge is structural. We cover 6,900 square kilometres, have around 1,050 people and 1,350 rateable properties, supporting 1,155 kilometres of roads and 138 kilometres of coastline. Rate rises cannot solve that mismatch without imposing an unreasonable burden on a very small ratepayer base. Regional and remote residents deserve access to services and infrastructure comparable with metropolitan communities. Their postcode should not determine the standard they receive. The consequences are tangible. We provide potable water to Port Kenny and Venus Bay, 2 townships within our district, because there is simply no main supply of water, at a net annual cost of around $150,000. Waste collection costs $440,000, which is about 13.65% of our rate revenue. Our state-owned jetty needs an estimated $9.5 million in repairs, the majority of which we need to fund. A safe swimming enclosure following recent fatal shark attacks is beyond our revenue once lifestyle costs are included. We're sustainable partly because we keep saying no. We're focused on repairing and maintaining what we have. Our central funding recommendation is to consolidate selected, fragmented funding pools and redistribute them as untied, predictable multi-year grants for regional and remote communities. This needs to be done alongside a review of grant commission methodology. Population alone is not a fair proxy for cost. The methodology must recognise road length, remoteness, population dispersion, ageing communities, coastal exposure, service gaps and limited revenue capacity. The goal is a fairer evidence-based system with changes transitioned carefully. Funding also needs certainty. Small councils have limited capacity to pursue competitive grants, and matched contributions can make grants unviable. Selected funding pools should become predictable, untold multi-year allocation, using the strength of roads to recovery with a community needs lens. Elliston is not asking to be excused from financial discipline. We are demonstrating it. We ask for a system that recognises the task, its cost and our community's limited capacity. Sustainability should mean the capacity to serve, not simply the capacity to defer. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the District Council of Tumby Bay.
Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the inquiry today. Our evidence focuses on 3 connected challenges that Tumby Bay faces: how responsibilities are shared between governments, how tied project and resilience funding operates, and how these arrangements affect fiscal sustainability and infrastructure investment. Tumby Bay's experience is that responsibility and funding are becoming increasingly separated. The council is expected to manage state-owned assets and respond to glowing climate risks, while available funding is often short-term, competitive, conditional and incomplete. A small regional rate base cannot absorb the difference. Let me begin with our regional jetties, which demonstrates how funding arrangements can shift long-term responsibility between governments. The Tumby Bay and Port Neal jetties are state-owned assets and were historically managed under lease arrangements. They support tourism, recreation and an important part of the community's identity. Both jetties are about 120 years old. It's not that whether these jetties matter, they clearly do. The issue is that short-term capital assistance is linked to lease and can transfer decades of responsibility for inspections, maintenance, public safety, rehabilitation and eventual renewal without funding the asset's full life cycle costs. Councils are left with very limited options. They can seek capital funding and enter into a lease that commits the community to future maintenance, repairs and renewal costs which are not fully funded. Alternatively, they can decline the lease and face potential costly legal disputes with the state government, with possible closures of a valuable community asset and understandable frustration from the community. This is not a genuine or sustainable choice, particularly when the asset's condition, remaining useful life and handback obligations and future remediation costs remain uncertain. A relatively modest upfront contribution through the lease arrangements can transfer a much larger long-term contingent liability to council, reducing its capacity to invest in other community priorities. For regional councils, this liability is further magnified by the cost of mobilising specialist contractors, marine plant and equipment from Adelaide or interstate, together with additional freight and accommodation and market competition. A second example demonstrates how evolving responsibilities can outgrow the funding availability to meet them. The same structural problem can be seen on Tumby Bay foreshore, where coastal erosion is affecting Crown land that is in Council's care and control. Council has progressed coastal adaptation studies, options assessments and community consultation and detailed design and business case preparation, and is continuing to pursue funding. The broader coastal protection response is estimated at a cost of $45 million, which is the equivalent of more than $18,000 for every rateable property across the district before accounting for financing costs and Council's normal service delivery. The foreshore protects community roads, community facilities, businesses, tourism and private property. Council did not create this risk and does not own the land, yet is required to seek external funding and make its own financial contribution towards necessary investigation, adaptation studies and design work. Despite this investment, there is still no clear or guaranteed pathway to construction funding, and Council must continue to compete for short-term grants, often with significant co-contribution requirements to deliver essential project that is beyond the capacity of the local rate base. Existing funding arrangements do not match the growing responsibility for small councils to invest in substantial resources in developing essential projects without any certainty that funding will ultimately be made available for them. Every dollar an hour spent managing unfunded legacy assets or preparing for climate resilience projects is unavailable for roads, stormwater utilities and other enabling infrastructure for our community. Tumby Bay has significant opportunities to support housing and economic growth through council-owned land. This includes about 85 hectares of residential land and 70 hectares of strategic employment uses that we're pursuing code amendments for. Unlocking this land will require investment in roads, water, utilities and other enabling infrastructure. That investment would increase housing supply, attract businesses, workers and broaden the rate base and strengthen Council's financial sustainability. However, with Council's limited borrowing capacity and the reserves are absorbed by transferring unfunded liabilities, we cannot invest in these projects that would strengthen our financial sustainability. Cost shifting is therefore not simply an accounting dispute between government. It directly impacts infrastructure investment, housing supply and productivity and the community's ability to grow its own revenue base. Current funding arrangements do not actively support the evolving responsibilities and long-term fiscal sustainability, and without reforms, liabilities can continue to move to the level of government with the smallest revenue base, leaving capacity to invest in housing, enabling infrastructure and future prosperity for regional communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those opening statements and thank you for appearing here today. I've got a question for Lower Air Council. So in your submission you propose a local services compact to address cost shifting. Could you tell us a bit more about that? What is involved? Can you talk through that proposal?
Marnie Locke, CEO, Lower Air Council. That's in relation to the support that local governments and particular our council, Lower Air, the investment in what was just touched on by Tumby Bay was that we've entered into an agreement for way with different entities to supply doctor housing so that we can secure doctors for the area and for the region. And that also to that includes childcare as well, because we are finding that there's enormous pressure when you attract people to the regions, then that ultimately prohibits women entering the workforce as well. So that becomes another advocacy piece that the Lower Air Council are actually contributing to. The other thing is that we also are looking at requiring, like Council would ask, that local services compact requiring new obligations for Commonwealth and state to come with full ongoing funding attached. So just referring back to what we do in relation, relation that we do to the Cummins Doctors housing accommodation is through a dedicated Section 41 committee to attract and retain local doctors operating 16 aged care living units in Cummins, and again, that lead, and then the separate thing is that we lead into Regional Desert Advocacy Project. Is there anything that you wanted to add to that, Mayor Quigley?
I think Mayor Quigley, Lawyer Council, certainly the Desert Advocacy Project for childcare, the report came out that Grey was the largest desert for that in the whole of Australia, and we were very fortunate to have 23 of the councils in Grey to get together for that advocacy work. And we have had some wins, not as many as we would like, but we're certainly grateful for the wins that we've had throughout the region, and not just the region of Grey, but in South Australia as a state, because we do find that funding in regards to a lot of the programs that are out there federally, we just don't meet the criteria. And it's been a real stumbling block. We worked really hard with the Fiona Nash, who was at the time the advocate for early childhood, to try and look at those barriers for South Australia. And whilst it's helped, there's an improvement. We're still just not meeting the criteria in comparison to the eastern states. So they're again, funding that is competitive, but we're just not at the table right from the word go. So that's an issue for us regionally, specifically regionally in South Australia.
So is that the idea of the compact, to help, to advocate for that, to attract the funding? Am I correct there?
Absolutely, yes.
And the partnerships that we can form to help move that forward. So again, with childcare, with the doctor housing, the community bank, the council, the community hotel, and the house that the community had purchased earlier, came together. And with childcare, the community bank also has worked with council to be able to help with infrastructure, to be able to have any. If you were successful with a grant, that they will help match that funding that we required.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Chair. If you'll indulge me, I've got one question for each council. First, to Lower Air Council, there's 3 airports on the Eyre Peninsula. We had evidence before from Sejuna how that airport runs at a loss. Wales coming in this afternoon. I understand that it costs them $55 per ticket for security screening for a flight from Whyalla to Adelaide. How have the new changes around national security screening regulations impacted the operations of the Port Lincoln Airport? And how has that affected council? Who owns that asset?
Sure. So Money Lock, CEO, Lower Council. So Lower Council actually own the Port Lincoln Airport, and that cost is actually borne by, disproportionately borne by the passengers. So we're up to around about $20 to $25 per person or per passenger, that cost is then shifted on to the passengers themselves. And our communities actually rely on, we service the business, tourism, healthcare, emergency services provision, all centralised out of that airport. And so ensuring that there is a review of that. There's a review of that screening levy nationally, so that it can be amortised across regional communities versus, $1 over here and 55 in Whyalla. Amortising that equalising that would have a direct effect on our communities moving in and out of that centralised, because a lot of them just rely on air travel. They have no other choice. So it might not seem a lot, $25 to a passenger ticket, but in the long term, if you're using that on a regular basis, it makes a significant difference, considering cost of living pressures at the moment.
Joanne Quigley, Mayor Laura Council. On top of that, we have been advocating as a council and led the advocacy for the state in this looking to nationalise screening costs. We, as an airport, have been really fortunate that we do run it as a user pay system, and we actually give a rebate back to our ratepayers as the owner and operator. And we've recently gone to a subsidiary, so we now have a school-based board in place to try and increase that return on investment for our ratepayers. But the advocacy that we've done in regards to screening nationally to us, it's a no-brainer. That if this could work federally, if the federal government could actually change that for that to happen, every regional person in Australia will benefit from it. So everyone in Australia, every regional ratepayer is going to say thank you very much, because I heard recently the numbers of people going through Sydney Airport, it was 20 million, and so no one's going to notice if their screening charges go from 20 cents to $1. Versus the fact that someone paying $50, it means that those prices are being borne back onto the consumer, and that's an issue that we'd really like to sort of see change moving forward, because we do rely, the connectivity that we have from the regions and specifically from health perspective is really important to all of us regionally. So it's something that we've been advocating for and will continue to do so.
Thank you. To Tomby Bay, we heard some evidence yesterday from some of the coastal communities in the southeast in relation to coastal erosion, and I know you've got a similar issue. Comparing, contrasting that with metropolitan Adelaide, where a lot of the work that's happening there is paid for by the state government, and it's not borne by local government. The issues that you're facing at the moment is currently borne by the ratepayers. Can you just expand on that a little bit? And how it's impacting your council?
Jeff Church at the Mayor of Tumby Bay. We've been on the front foot with the coastal adaptation plan. We've spent significant amount of money just to get a business case done on our foreshore. The experts in this area say that the whole main street will be underwater by 2050. Believe it or not, that's at our peril if you do nothing. The estimated cost of a seawall and a rock revetment wall covering 2.2 kilometres of our foreshore, covering the town area, is in today's prices in excess of $44 million. That's a huge amount of money that we, as a small regional council, just cannot even fathom to be going close to paying for it. Along with our jetty, where we've spent in excess of $700,000 last year on the Tumby Bay jetty, and $1.35 million on the Port Nil jetty in 25. Those two together makes it very difficult for our community to rely on our jetties and our foreshore for mental health, for recreation, getting kids off tablets and computers and getting them out into the sunshine makes a big difference. The Tumby Bay jetty was closed for a period of time, and we've managed to get that open. And overall, we've gone from, with the SCOSA report, we've gone from unsustainable to this year potentially unsustainable. So we're on the front foot and working, trying to get that whole foreshore area covered and sorted. We had a workshop only last night with the consultants trying to work out what the community wants in regards to the whole foreshore. And that covers play areas, it covers footpaths and riding trails and all the rest of it. So that's all in this business case, and I won't bore you with all the details. We can leave you a couple of copies, and I know, Tom, you've already got a copy of that. So, yeah.
Thank you. Mrs. Becker, you've probably got one of the most unique councils in South Australia. You've got a very low rate paying base. You've got managing decline in communities like Lock. And well done for being considered sustainable, but I'm sure your communities, there's been a cost to that. Can you just give a view of what life is like for the council in your community? I know that your mayor, he runs the pharmacy in both Lock and in Elliston. He runs the treatment room out the back. You've got no childcare, no NBN. Just give this committee a view of what life is like for your council in your area.
Yeah, you've pretty much explained it. So we have limited access to medical services. We are reliant completely on locums at the moment. We have absolutely no childcare across the entire district. We don't have NBN. We are getting NBN in one of our towns, but it will not come to Elliston, which is our main town. It is not in, and it will not be in Port Kenny or Venus Bay either, which are our other two main towns apart from Lock. We have no water. We are not connected apart from Lock. Lock is slightly different. It has a declining population. It has a school.
Supermarket's closed.
The supermarket is closed. There is a deli now that's actually doing quite well. But it's very small, very declining. School is now only about 40 kids, but is a very proud community, and it is the centre of the EP. So it is where water is mixed. So water does go to Ceduna, etc. from Lock, but it doesn't come to Elliston. So Elliston has bore water. That's all we have access to. Significantly rising salinity in that water as well. So no guarantee of future water supply for Elliston, which means we can't actually grow. We have opportunities to grow at the moment. We have, our population. We do actually have growing populations, like our coastal communities. The development approvals are sitting at about 15% at the moment. So actually, like quite substantial building requests. But we don't have water, and we don't have CWMS systems in anything apart from Lock as well. We have access to very little, and it's an hour and a half anyway to get to medical appointments at a minimum. So it's pretty isolated.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add one thing to the airport? Sorry. The other thing was that the inconsistency with the rating of an airport. So we're a category 3. So we're a screened airport, but we have both Qantas Link and Regional Express come in, but only Qantas Link have to be screened. So that inconsistency is something else that we've been advocating for, that if we're a screened airport, it shouldn't matter what size the plane is. It should be that we're all screened. So that is another cost impact, because we don't charge Rex passengers for screening, even though they are screened, because of the windows often. So that's another extra cost that's borne by the regional passengers because of that inconsistency.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence today. Over the last couple of days, we've been getting considerable feedback around the effectiveness of the Roads to Recovery program. I'm keen to get your thoughts on the current allocations and program rules, whether they're sufficiently flexible for councils with dispersed road networks and small rate bases.
I'll talk. Nikki Becker. Yeah, look, I really like Roads to Recovery. I think it actually does provide us with the flexibility we need. And I really appreciate the increase in Roads to Recovery that we'll get over the next few years. I do question whether smaller councils will be able to meet their own source expenditure requirements moving forward. I think that could be a really big issue. For us, it's something we're going to have to seriously consider. But ultimately, the program does work very well for us as a council.
Would anyone else like to contribute?
I think Marnie Lock, Lower Air Council, I think the the importance of untied grants, and that roads to recovery actually then facilitate that so that we can distribute it accordingly. Because the impact, I mean, we've got one of the Lower Area Council's got one of the largest unsealed networks in Eyre Peninsula. So that being the case, and the incredible, we're looking at a bumper season for grain haulage, and on a normal typical year it's about 500,000, and we're getting grain from the surrounding areas as well because they've had high rainfall. We're looking at 1 million tonnes of grain haulage coming through the networks on unsealed roads. So the untied grants and being able to allocate that, for example, Bratton Way for us, we've put in $8.6 million of ratepayers' money to support that haulage coming in centrally. We support 85% of the grain distribution to the port as well. So for us, and we're looking at another $4+ million in the coming seasons to ensure that we can stabilise that road network. So going back to Nikki's comment is around the fact that it is extremely important for us to be able to have that flexibility to allocate those funds untied to where it's actually required within our networks.
Do you have any capacity to get any form of revenue from the grain terminals, etc., to help offset the cost of upgrades to roads, or not?
Marnie Lock Lower Area Council, that has not come to the table as yet. I mean, we're looking at other creative ways to involve some investment by commercial operators in the region. One of those is temporary accommodation to support and to ensure that economically, as a local government entity, we can benefit our communities by keeping that expenditure within the localised area. So that's an extremely important conversation that we need to have with the likes of Bungie or the other operators that are in the area. Did you want to add to that?
Just quickly, Joanne Quigley, Lower Air. We have recently gone through a rating review, and we have changed our rating system for the Bungie site. So originally it was just the one in Cummins because it is the most strategic. So we are getting a little bit more return from that perspective, and that's the reasoning behind it. And now, but we've actually this year changed it to all sites within our council area have gone to the higher percentage rate, which I believe the majority of councils on the Eyre Peninsula are doing that now, because that's really the only way we can actually get anything a little bit extra from them for the fact that they're utilising our roads to the extent, and because they make the decision, it's a business decision as to where the grain goes. We don't have any say in that.
Can I just ask just a clarifying question? So, was there a levy that was paid by the grain terminals when the freight, the rail freight system was still operational, or was that subsidised by other tiers of government?
Nikki Becker, I believe the farmers were paying it to.
So there's no levy
provide
attached to road freight,
no.
Even though, yeah, okay.
And we have T-ports we have Bungie and T-ports with sites in Lock, and yeah, we don't get anything from either of those two.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jed.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you all very much for appearing and the travel you've had to get here. I'm interested in understanding how you currently use your financial assistance grants. Previously, evidence was it was just for operational. A reason I'm asking this is many of your peak councils are saying the solution is we just increase financial assistance grants to 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue. I can't, well, but that to me would not necessarily address your significant infrastructure backlog. So I just want to firstly understand, do you allocate how much is financial assistance grants of your revenue, and what are you allocating that money to? Left or right to left from my left to right from my view, which Tumby Bay.
Yeah, I guess Luke Mine, Tumby Bay Council. Our operating grants are around $1 million, 10% of our operating revenue. And from my understanding, they go into renewals and operating expenditure.
Right, so some of it would go to asset renewal.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you know what the split might be?
No, I don't have that at hand, but yeah, certainly a mix between the two.
Okay, right. Yeah.
Nikki Becker, Elliston. So our FA grants are 22% of our total income, and that's because we have better purchased caravan park, so that actually makes a significant change to that. Used to be more like that 35 to 37%. And we split between asset renewals and operations, and it's probably about a 50-50 split between both.
Joanne Quigley-Law, ours is about 14% of our income. We have lost some of our FA grant funding because the Port Lincoln Airport has gone to a subsidiary. So that seems a bit odd that you have this piece of infrastructure but we're losing because of the structure in which we're going to. So that's certainly something that we'll continue to investigate and to look at. And I believe that we would be a bit of a mix of operational and new projects.
So if FAGs were increased to 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue, and let's say that means a doubling of what you get today, you put aside the distribution issues that everyone's been raising, that is not going to touch the sides, I assume, of your asset renewal and any other new infrastructure that you want to deliver. We'll start here with Lower Air. Do you have a view?
Bryce? Yeah, I could.
Bryce Breed, Lower Air Council. The Lower Air Council is operationally sustainable through the ESCOSA review. So at the moment we are forecast to be able to fund current asset renewals going forward. However, can't necessarily address the backlog of asset renewals. An increase in the pool of financial assistance grants funding would help councils in terms of its total cash flow to address those backlogs and the future increases in those funding requirements, because we have seen a significant increase in the cost of civil construction, especially regionally where key contractors are more scarce, and therefore that funding, if it was increased, would address some of those backlogs and future requirements for asset renewals.
Okay. Mrs. Becker?
Rebecca Elliston. If it was increased, our asset renewal, we are quite good at our asset renewal. We're pretty close to 100% of our backlog is under control. What concerns me is the future increases in costs, and in particular on roads. Roads are our biggest asset, and we've seen I think it's around a 60% increase in road costs over the last 10 years, which we can factor in and we index through our asset management plans and do all those accounting things that we need to do. But the cost is becoming exorbitant, and that's what's going to bankrupt councils basically. So that's the biggest issue.
Luke Mine, Tumby Bay. We are quite good with renewals as well in relation to the expenditure of that. So I think if there was additional funding there, that could go to enabling infrastructure to help support the growth of our town. We are in a very unique position where we do have a lot of council-owned land we actually can't activate because our money's spent on dealing with all these other climate resilience and legacy jetty issues. And so, yeah, we're heading in the right trajectory from a financial sustainability point of view, but the money sort of is focused on just dealing with what we have at the moment as opposed to being able to improve the amenity of the township.
Okay. Have you all got projects on your books that you'd love to do? I assume most councils do, but just can't touch the sides of it? Yeah. Can I also ask, I want to just pivot a bit to the impact on your councils of government regulations. So we've heard evidence from, often, state or federal governments will pass laws and they'll require councils to essentially be the compliance officers. Have you sort of got a figure of what that cost impost is on your councils, and any examples where you're really feeling pressured to be a compliance officer but for federal or state legislation? And do you ever get consulted when these, parliaments are debating? Sorry, anyone can start. It's a general question.
Brad Tolley, Lower Air Council. This example is not necessarily related to providing some sort of compliance support to broader regulations, but as we are becoming more cognizant of potentially the environmental impacts of certain works practices that may have actually been what helped facilitate the delivery of works and the establishment of assets through the growth of our communities. We are now facing significantly increased costs in the maintenance and renewal of those assets, and I'm specifically speaking here around managing native vegetation and the impacts that has on the ability for us to source material for unsealed road maintenance. And whilst those, becoming more aware of those impacts is supported, they do have a flow-on effect on the total cost of delivery. So we're now finding that we're carting rubble material in some cases triple the distance that we were before, which is having a cost doubling effect per kilometre to renew and those roads.
Look, I won't tell you, there's always obviously increasing regulatory responses for council, and we need to continue to deal with that. I don't have specific costs and impacts around that, but I guess it does make it more difficult for us to progress and I guess deal with the staffing issues and the workload issues that we have. We have limited ability to sort of grow our staff base to be able to deal with all the additional regulatory responses we've got to deal with, especially the compliance component. So we've just got to deal with that typically with the staffing that we have, and that just adds more and more burden on the limited staffing that we have, and there is the risk of attracting and retaining staff. So it certainly has a staffing impact to be able to deal with the work that we have got on our books already, to deal with just the renewals and the maintenance and just the standard processes that we have. So,
Nikki back at Elliston. Back of the envelope figure, I think we spend about $225,000 a year on compliance. And that's planning, EHO, which we use a shared service arrangement with City of Port Lincoln, and dog and cat management. Dog and cat is a ridiculous amount of money for what we actually do, and that's purely because of the size of the district that we cover. And consultation, you get provided consultation opportunities, but whether anyone actually listens to what local government says is probably a different story. So,
I did ask a question in a previous panel, how often you've appeared with similar inquiries, and have you seen much change as a result? And you can be very honest.
No, we have. Sorry, Joanne, quickly, Lower Air. We like I've said earlier, we collectively, we actually work very well together as an Eyre Peninsula, and advocating collectively with each other on the things that we need, and we're very good at supporting each other. And we have done a lot of that, but limited. I think it would be fair to say limited. And we have opportunities. We have really good models that we've worked really hard to at certain areas, and health is one of them. Health is my background. My husband's the GP, and we're very fortunate. We have 5 doctors in Cummins that also supports Coffin Bay. And soon to support Elliston. Hopefully that's all going to go through. But we have a great model. We have a model with you've got your fellow, and then you've got registrars, and we have medical students come through the practice. We have TMOs and interns through the hospital. The model works if you put the money behind it. But instead of people understand and Ceduna, similar model, Tumby Bay, similar model, and it's working. But this model can work in every other town on the peninsula, and every other country town all around Australia. But if they just fund it accordingly. Now, we know that the money that's being spent on locums, if they just paid the fee for service and the off-site sessional, there's no financial difference, except the towns get an amazing model and they get that continuity of care that keeps people alive and keeps them in their home, and ultimately will save the government money for that reason, because primary health care, even with mental health care, mental health is an issue regionally because they can't see a GP. We have mental health issues with incumbents, but because the regular GP is there and those people are being able to live well within the community because of that regularity. The model's there, they just need to pick it up and put it elsewhere and believe and trust that what we're doing is working.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for attending today, and yeah, that was really, really helpful to us. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026? And I think we've got the exhibit. I think, did you want to... yeah, I think we're going to do that as well. It's an exhibit, thank you. You will also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing.
Everyone likes to go Woodina or Woodina. Kimber's pretty basic. Kimber. Actually, it's amazing how much they get out of Woodina. So Woodina, Woodina, Woodina.
Dina, yes. I've had plenty of chances to use it with all these one Windsor and Karen on at our council.
You've copped a bit of flack, haven't you?
Now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the District Council of Kimber and Woodina District Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So, Deborah Larwood, CEO, District Council of Kimber.
Calvin Hoy, Acting CEO, Woodina District Council.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Tom Venning Gray, and the Deputy Chair's just getting a coffee.
Yeah, great. She'll be back soon. Thank you. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
So, Deb Larwood, District Council of Kimber. Chair and members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. The message from the District Council of Kimber is straightforward. Small regional councils are being asked to do more, with limited capacity to raise additional revenue as costs increase. We are responding. However, there is a point where efficiencies cannot overcome a structural funding gap, and we've reached that point. Kimber has over 1,000 residents across almost 4,000 square kilometres, yet maintains more than 1,700 kilometres of roads and a community asset portfolio of close to $50 million. Our submission highlights the consequences of how remoteness is measured. Kimber is classified as remote, with neighbouring councils with similar characteristics classified as very remote. The current methodology focuses heavily on geographical accessibility, not recognising population size, access to essential services or fiscal capacity. This classification has real financial consequences. Under the Growing Regions program, a remote council can receive up to 70% Commonwealth funding, compared with 90% for very remote councils. On a $1.8 million project, which we have got in the works, that is a $360,000 difference, significant for a community of just over 1,000 people. The same inequity is evident in health. Kimber, under the modified Monash model, is MM6, the same classification as Port Lincoln, eligible for the same incentives despite very different circumstances. Port Lincoln has resident GPs, a hospital with an emergency department, specialist services and visiting health service. Kimber has no resident GP and relies on locums. Primary health care is a Commonwealth responsibility and hospitals a state responsibility, yet local ratepayers are paying repeatedly through Commonwealth taxation, state taxation and rates to maintain essential services that would otherwise not be consistently available. Council has stepped into these gaps, investing in health services, childcare, housing and more, demonstrating the increasing role councils are playing beyond traditional local government responsibilities, and it is not sustainable. FA grants, R2R and rates account for close to 85% of Kimber's operating revenue. Grants are largely outside of our control, while rate increases are constrained by community capacity to pay, and there are a few alternative revenue-raising opportunities. We support restoring FA grants to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. We also request a review of the South Australian Local Government Grants Commission Act 1992, including the distribution methodology and minimum grant, to ensure genuine horizontal fiscal equalisation remains effective and fit for purpose.
We also support reform of competitive grants, which favour metro and larger councils and encourage new infrastructure. Consideration of a formula-based, dedicated, community priority infrastructure funding program providing predictable, locally targeted investment would be valuable. Our message is not simply that councils need more money. We need a funding framework that reflects the actual cost of delivering services in small, remote and resource-constrained communities. Getting this framework right will strengthen Kimber and other regional councils and the resilience, productivity and prosperity of regional Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Woodena District Council.
Thank you. Calvin Hoy, Woodena Council. Woodena Council is located up on the Upper Eyre Peninsula, South Australia. It is wrapped by 3 other councils and a national park. It's a landlocked council and primarily farming agriculture is its business with some tourism. It's roughly 5,500 odd square kilometres with a rough population of 1,200, and Woodena also services 4 external smaller townships within its boundaries. The council has aged care and aged care community with aged care housing, medical services, and we do have a residential doctor, which is very fortunate for us. Our infrastructure is ageing, and while we do try and manage that, it is not easily done so by the small amount of income that council does receive, and effectively with no external income sources, the council is reliant on rates that it does receive from the state and federal governments. And we do also have services that are non-core. Council does have to invest a considerable amount of money into its medical services and housing of its GP, which all takes away from core businesses of what a council should be doing for its community. Housing is also quite an issue for the council area. It is difficult to find the land, the developers, people to invest in the council area, and for development creation of housing to service population growth, and also trades. Trades is a considerable issue for us. Being able to house trades into the council area as opposed to, say, at a pub, which is not considered acceptable, and it does take away from council's ability to be able to undertake works and provide services to the community. Council's capacity to be able to fund its assets and infrastructure renewal program is strained somewhat. Funding is becoming lesser, and while we do like the Roads to Recovery is an example of funding which is quite flexible for us in what we do, the removal of the LRCI program has certainly had an impact on our council and our capacity as an untied monies to be able to undertake further renewal programs. We would like to see funding increased to be able to meet what our asset management plan and long-term plan would suggest, that we need to continue the renewal program. As such, at this stage, council is constrained, and while council does not want to go down the path or consider the path of increasing rates, because it seems quite unfair to the limited ratepayer base that we have, that is effectively primary industry agriculture, where council sees itself or goes from there is probably yet to be determined. The SCOSA rates us as unsustainable at this point, potentially unsustainable, and we can see in our most recent annual business plan the long-term position of council is strained, to say the least. So yeah, be good to have a conversation to see where and how improved funding can come to council, but bypass some of the barriers and caveats that see the money coming to council it's preferred that money be allocated to a source that then, through an agreed methodology, can allocate then funds out to those councils without being burdened by caveats such as quite detailed reports on why you should or shouldn't be able to access certain funding. Would be the best way to put it.
Thank you very much. So can I just ask, so I know, Mrs. Larwood, you were talking about that you've got did you say you had a GP service or you
Resident, Deb Larwood, District Council of Kimber, no resident GP at this time.
Yeah, okay. What about childcare?
So at Deb Larwood, District Council of Kimber, at this minute we have extremely limited childcare. We do have one provider who is not officially registered with planning, like childcare, but she is phasing out her services. We have been lucky enough to engage with both state and Commonwealth government to deliver childcare services off the back of significant amount of money we have spent on doing feasibility studies. So we are scheduled to receive 20 long daycare places in 2028. On the back of I believe it's based on the rural care program that currently rolls out within the state government. So that's based on an infrastructure funding from the Commonwealth government of what I understand is around $300,000 and state government funding to roll out the process. So that is coming, but it is some time away at this point, and will run in conjunction with the 3-year-old kindergarten.
And so what's your infrastructure backlog?
So Deb Larwood, District Council of Kimber, we actually have a relatively good infrastructure renewal program in place with the funding we've received through LRCIP, and we were also fortunate to receive 2 rounds of the Drought Communities Extension Program. We utilised those funds to address a significant amount of our backlog. So a lot of our LRCIP we spent on renewing our sealed road network. The drought community funding we spent on renewing a number of our assets, our swimming pool change rooms, institute, amenities blocks. We also used that funding for $750,000 for a stormwater catchment project, which is now delivering efficiencies and saving us on the cost of purchasing water, which has also allowed us to put back in our budget. So at this point, I mean, we all have infrastructure concerns because we do have significantly large road networks and assets, but we are managing that through efficiencies and strong financial planning.
Thank you. And Mr. Hoy, what about Woodener's infrastructure backlog?
Calvin, Woodener Council. Our backlog, our sealed road network is reasonably well accounted for. The unsealed is falling behind somewhat, and that's through different reasons why that would be falling behind, but it is falling behind, but manageable through maintenance. Our institute halls do need work. They've been left for a while, so they're definitely falling back on that part. Our CWMS system is quite sound at this stage, though it is noted that it is very expensive to maintain. If it does fall over, or elements of it does, it's going to be quite costly on council. As far as aged care housing goes, they're quite dated, and they do need love and maintenance upkeep, particularly with their roofs, are a problem for us at the moment. So it's roads seem somewhat manageable, but other areas of our hard infrastructure, buildings, do need support.
And Mr. Hoy, so what? So you mentioned aged care. So the council provides aged care. Is that right?
Units. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And childcare?
No, we've got no childcare.
Yeah. Okay.
Something to look into that we have been, but no, we haven't got any.
Okay. And a GP?
We have a GP, yes, and we supply a house there for the GP. However, there is a state government house there for GP. However, that's not utilised, so it's empty at this stage.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Fanning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming down today. Thanks to your councillors for running off the stiff of an oily rag at times and maintaining such livable communities, and thanks for stepping in where state and federal government have stepped out, aged care, childcare, etc., etc. Your councils are both agricultural based, and of course farms have gotten bigger and your populations have declined, and so you've been dealing with that over the last few decades as well. And I agree there is a structural funding gap. Costs are disproportionately higher for your councils. And so if nothing changes, of course we have to increase rates. Mr Hoyle, I feel like Woodner Council is maybe the first cab off the rank here, and you've received some negative backlash from your ratepayers in the last few weeks. Could you just talk a little bit about that and why that occurred and how the council's dealing with that?
Okay, so council several years ago, 23, 24 I believe, decided to make the decision to assist primary producers and residents in the first round of, you could call it rate capping or a discount in their rates, and they did that at 15%, and in the second year of 25-26 the rate capping was applied to the primary producers again only at 8%, and this year for rates, council couldn't afford to fund, effectively subsidise those rates. We were in a bit of trouble financially, and so that was just removed, and we went back to standard methodology of valuing the valuation of the land versus cents on the dollar. And of course it's artificially increased everyone's rates, though council did not apply an increase to that magnitude. It just naturally went back to where it should have been, and as such it's looked quite extensive. The increases somewhere between 50%, it could be almost up to 200% on rate notices, individual notices, not taking into account valuation increases and the reasons why they do happen. But at the end of the day, our methodology is no different to any other councils. We've just been brought back to status quo, I'd suggest, without any rate capping. So it has hurt council. Did the numbers, it was roughly 2.2 million it hurt council by, and for a small council like Woodner, that's a significant amount of money that council couldn't burden any longer. They still got to pay the bills the council does to provide the minimum services that we currently do, that the community is used to. So that's what's happened there, and of course it became quite negative in the media, and yeah, it became difficult. Yeah.
Thank you. To both of you, what would be your assessment of the amount of the compliance governance burden that your councils now face across your workforce and maybe therefore your operational expenses as well?
Deb Larwood, District Council of Kimber. So cost shifting, responsibility shifting, legislation, whatever it's called, has increased significantly over the last 10, 15 years. I've been with council for almost 20 years, and we have seen our costs associated with that rise exponentially. Predominantly, it's mainly centred around state government legislation. So we've had the introduction of internal control frameworks we have to address, 1% of our rate base. The ESCOSA review, that's probably 0.75% of a rate base. The requirement for audit and risk committees, again, almost 1% of our rate base. The WHS and the magnitude of the changes in legislation there have been huge. We're all aware of the new legislation that came in 2012. That's been amended with a whole raft of changes around psychosocial safety, which has recently come in, which that is probably immeasurable on the cost that's going to arise to councils. We are putting efficiencies in place. It has been mentioned previously that across 10 councils on Eyre Peninsula, we are working with local government risk services on 2 WHS regional coordinator roles to implement shared systems, so we're not doing all the same things. We've got one person rolling them out across the region. We've had significant changes as part of local government reform, and just speaking on Mr Hoy's issues with rates, part of that has come out of the fact that we were required to change our basis of rating from from site to capital, which didn't account for, we didn't receive any additional rates. But
Could you explain that, sorry?
So as part of state government legislation, there was opportunities to raise your rates based on capital or site. So site value is virtually raising your rates on the value of the land. Capital value is raising the rates on the value of your land and capital improvements. Under local government reforms that came through probably 4 or 5 years ago, we were required to change our basis of rating because there was about 6 councils, all on EP, who rated on site. We were required to change that to capital. So we had to undertake a review of our whole rating system, which the cost for us probably with internal resources, external consulting, was probably around $50,000 to $60,000. And that in itself doesn't bring any extra revenue into council. It just changes the way it's distributed. And that has had significant impact on some of our ratepayers, more so than others. It affected our rural properties, and it was probably a positive for our township properties, but there was backlash with that, and I think the Woodnea District Council are just realising the impacts of that backlash. And so, yeah, ongoing cost shifting is being introduced, and without any alternate funding sources. And look, the list goes on. Regional development assessment panels, it's just significant across the board, and they're brought in without any associated funding for us to help deliver those changes.
Thanks, Chair. I'll share the call, but if there's time at the end, I'll sneak in another one.
Thank you, Chair. So, just like to extrapolate your thoughts on the Roads to Recovery program and whether it adequately recognises the cost of maintaining long road networks across sparsely populated areas, and what changes would better reflect freight, agricultural and remote service access needs?
I don't have an issue with Roads to Recovery. It's really more around how much is allocated to the council more than anything else. You can only do so much, nearly $40,000 a kilometre potentially on unsealed roads. What's occurring is that's causing a degradation to what we can actually provide is the amount of transport that goes on it. The road network has not gone the journey with the transport network. You've got heavy machinery now being applied onto the roads, along with the heavy transport, the trucks, the triples, and now running through NHVR permits, and that is once you allocate a permit, generally you can't retract it and everyone follows suit. So once upon a time they were small tonnage movements. Now they're very large to get bang for buck from the operator, and same with the heavy plant machinery that also traverses these roads. The methodology for building the road hasn't really changed, and neither has the funding to go with it to match it. And so you've got a separation between the asset that's on the road and the actual transport the users are using it. You're degrading it, reducing your lifespan on it, therefore your asset renewals are just going to increase. And so council's not funded to manage that increase and that separation of the two.
If we just step back in time, so 2019 was the cessation of the grain rail network here on the Eyre Peninsula, is that correct, roughly, 2019? So since then, have you seen an exponential increase in the financial pressure to deliver suitable road infrastructure to meet the increase in heavy vehicle movements in the area? And are you implying that the allocated funding packages don't come close to meeting the requirements of the local councils in the area?
The transport industry on road has definitely increased. Anyone can see the numbers. I don't have the numbers, but anyone can see the increase once the rail network stopped. That had to still move from A to B, and that's via heavy transport on the road networks. So yes, it has. It's not all completely on council. The main run through our area is it's a state road. It's not council's road, but all the heavy transport that is funneling in onto those roads is now impacting council, and we can't sustain the wear and degradation of those assets for the size and the amount of movement that's now taking place. I'm not against the fact that the vehicles are getting bigger, but we need more funding to maybe bolster and create better roads to handle that movement.
Mrs. Larwood, have you got any comments on that?
So, Deb Larwood, District Council of Kimber. I strongly support the Roads to Recovery program. I think it is a really good program that allows us a lot of flexibility on what we deliver on. The reporting requirements are well within our needs. We can meet them, no worries. They're relatively straightforward and not complicated. We have annual reporting to back that up. The funding amounts, I mean, realistically, we could all do with more funding. There's no doubt about that. That's across the board. I guess a couple of things from me is the Roads to Recovery funding is based on a 5-year program. So the concern is if that program is ever pulled. I would hope that it's not, but we all sort of focus our long-term financial plans on what we estimate it will be for the 5 years after that. But we do note that it is a 5-year program. We have been lucky enough in this Roads to Recovery funding that by the end of the program, our funding will double, which is really good. As I believe the CEO of the District Council of Elliston mentioned before, one of the challenges we face is meeting the own source expenditure. So we have 20 full-time equivalents on staff. Probably 10 to 12 of them are on our outside staff. So to resource double Roads to Recovery program, as well as our own source expenditure, as well as the component of FA grants that are based for roads, is going to be a challenge. We will do what we need to deliver it, but some flexibility around that would be.
So when you say some flexibility, I think it'd be helpful if you could describe what type of flexibility you would ideally seek, because these are some of the important parts of what we need to understand when we get to the point of writing a report. I think a little bit more meat on the bone would be hugely advantageous here.
Deb Larwood, District Council of Kimber. So the challenge will be meeting our own source expenditure with the level of funding we're getting in Roads to Recovery. So it's not that we don't want to do the work, it's that we're not resourced to do that level of work. It's difficult to put staff on when there's no surety of what that level of funding be going forward. Like if we knew that they were going to maintain at that level for the next 10 years, then it gives us the capacity to put more staff on, get more equipment so we can deliver on Roads to Recovery as well as our own source expenditure. We don't know that, so we can't do that. So the flexibility for me is about giving us some options to reduce what that own source expenditure likes while the program is so high. If the next 5 years comes out and it's indicated that it will be high for those 5 years, then we'll have the opportunity to then address it so we can meet our own source expenditure and those needs. And in respect to the rail, we're sort of on the end of the rail. The biggest impact from us will be on our road network from outboarding. So that's the grain that's in the silos then being carted out to Lincoln or wherever it goes. We did have some years ago rail that went to a more rural site at Buckleboo. So this is virtually silos just in the middle of nowhere, essentially. When that closed, predominantly people deliver now to the silos in Kimber. Like Lock, we also have a T-Ports site in Kimber, and the impacts from that is it's probably changed what our supporting road network looks like. So when you're delivering to a different location, it changes what roads that the local farmers are using to get to that delivery site. So the arterial routes that are leading into the silos is what's probably impacting us. But we've amended our road categories to reflect that, and that then in turn changes what services we're delivering to those roads.
And so what's the lead time now required to then meet the requirements of those roads there? So I'm assuming that there's been a bit of a lag on that.
So Deb Lauer, District Council of Kimber, we've known that T-Ports were we probably have about, I don't know, just off the top of my head, a couple of years knowing that this was going to happen. We have the capacity to reschedule our roadworks to reflect that. And we've had dry years, which means the impacts aren't as huge. This year is going to be massive. We're expecting a huge amount of grain to be delivered to the silos. We've also had disproportionate rain than we traditionally do have, which not only affects the harvest, but it also affects the conditions of our roads. So we're used to having to respond quickly to differing scenarios, and I think that's just something we've adapted over time. We are very flexible with what we're delivering on our road network, and we'll change it to meet the needs as we go along.
Thank you. Mindful that there's others to ask questions. So.
Deputy Chair. Great, thank you. I'd like to ask some questions about workforce, because you're both small, fairly isolated councils. What are your core challenges? Are you being able, in terms of retaining, attracting your core staff? Do you have to share services? Do you have to use contractors? Could you sort of share your workforce stories with us, please?
Calvin, Woodney Council. Yeah, look, staffing is definitely a large challenge at the moment. There's not, people might ask the question, what is it that we want to go into an inland council for? It seems to be a common theme. We have issues around housing. We've got no accommodation, rental accommodation in the town itself, and the isolation is also another key factor that keeps people away. I've currently got a senior position open at the moment, and it's been very difficult to look to fill that role. Housing, definitely an issue, and the locality, the remoteness, because not only is it a remote area, but it's also a long journey. It's the travel time for those people to get to a main centre is at least 2 hours for us where we're based, and so those issues are really drive people away. So we do suffer from being able to fill roles. As far as shared services go, yes, we do. We talk with our neighbouring councils readily, and we do look to share machinery and operators and advice, information wherever we can in the space. Particularly work health and safety is definitely one of those spaces where we try to, because you can't think that a council, for all the councils on the Eyre Peninsula, are going to be able to attract an expert in every position. They're not going to be able to. They don't exist, those peoples. So we've got to be able to share. We have sharing arrangements with the City of Port Lincoln for environmental health and work health and safety from a point of view of 5 councils sharing. Kimber hosts that person for us, which is great of them. And there are challenges out there in those remote areas. Contractors are definitely they're a type of people that we definitely rely heavily on, particularly with CWMS. It's a technical specialty area. It is absolutely critical infrastructure for the council, but getting people out of Adelaide is very difficult, and when we do, we pay for it. So, and then we've got to house them. It's very difficult to be able to service the essential elements of council's existence, or the community, sorry. So, yeah, it's a challenge.
Deb Larwood, District Councillor Kimber. So like Woodney District Council, we do experience the same challenges. Housing, childcare are all extremely difficult to source in Kimber. Attraction and retention is also a challenge. From a retention perspective, we do have a relatively consistent workforce. A lot of our workforce are locally based, have lived in the community for quite some time, and are compassionate about their community, and we do have longevity of years of service. The challenges will come in the future. We did have an ageing workforce. We have been working strongly on that, on getting younger people into the roles, which we have had some success with, but probably the biggest challenge for us will be our executive leadership. My manager of infrastructure and civil works is looking at retiring in the next few months. Myself, I'm looking at retiring in the next couple of years. That will bring challenges in respect to the current remuneration banding from a CEO's perspective. I mean, I've lived in Kimber for 38 years. I've been in council 20, in this role in 10. So, you know, replacement, and not to float my own boat, but replacement from outside to, as Mr. Hoy said, to a community that doesn't have opportunities for a sea change is long distances, even just from an airport. will be challenging. One of our biggest challenges is our professional services. Building and planning, our professionals we use there are based in Adelaide. An environmental health officer, he's based in Adelaide. We employ him on a casual basis, and he also services Franklin Harbour and Cleve. IT based in Adelaide, financial consultant based in Adelaide. We've also had to be very flexible. We have an economic development manager who's in the gallery. She'll kill me for pointing that out, but she is based in Lincoln, and that works really well. It allows for her husband to have active employment as well as her work diligently for council, and she has been a great acquisition to our team. So we've recently attempted to recruit a business support officer, so that's just a level 1, level 2 administration position, and we haven't had any suitable candidates for the job. So we're about to go out again for that in hopes that we can recruit. And we do try to be flexible, but there's only so many staff members you can have that work school hours and want school holidays off, and, attracting people to Kimber comes with a lot of added issues.
Okay. So there has been evidence presented to the committee calling for financial assistance grants to be tied to restrictions on labour hire and contractors. I just wonder what impact, if there was a requirement on you to reduce your reliance on contractors, what that impact that potentially could have on your workforce, on your ability to carry out your responsibilities. I think that you being potentially that some councils are not working hard enough to get people into jobs in those communities. It doesn't sound like that's your case, but if you could just speak to what potentially the challenge it would present if there was some tied element to your workforce, your amount of funding you received to your workforce.
Deb Larwood, District Councillor Kimber. Look, I honestly think that would be detrimental to our workforce. We rely heavily on contractors across the board. We have local contractors that assist with our patrol grading, with our road construction. We have contractors like for our professional services that I've mentioned. You just use contractors for everything. Electricians, plumbers. We don't have 20 full-time equivalents. So we have trouble attracting and retaining staff that I've just mentioned, childcare, housing, all of those combined, that without contractors we would not be able to deliver the services that we currently deliver. And yeah, that's the basis of it.
Mr. Hoy?
Yeah, I agree with Kimber Council. We rely heavily on contractors to meet our CWMS, our IT, our construction, civil, some of that statutory, to take away the thought that we would remove contractors to provide services. Those services are statutory, and particularly the wastewater. There's no one to manage that other than the day-to-day work we do with it. We're not playing in the space of any of that. It requires people from external areas. We don't have the population or the machinery or equipment to do some of the jobs that we got to do. It must be contracted in. To take away all the licences and the qualifications for electrical and plumbing, and that is all contracted. Majority of it is contracted in. We do have an electrician in town. However, to take away or put a caveat against that would severely hamper our capacity to even provide the services we do to the community to continue on. It would not be a good look.
So nobody could say you guys haven't tried hard enough to get a workforce located in your area. Is there any? Do you think you've turned over the rock over that many times to try and get a localised workforce?
Yeah, Calvin, I wouldn't know. It's one thing to look for people that can do the functions that they can do, sitting, using machinery, certain machinery, doing the grounds work and whatnot, doing general administration. But when you're talking about technical elements, whether it's accounting, planning, environmental health, all the trades that require a licence, a qualified licence to give you a certificate of compliance, everything's wrapped around regulation, regulatory, and we don't have those people. Those people don't exist in those areas, in our area. They don't. And if we could somehow support housing and opportunity for people with those qualifications to come in, that would be great, but they don't exist. So to put a caveat against the council, against trades and contractors, you'd hear from us. I'll probably turn around and say, I'm not going to do any of your reporting anymore, because it would be a severe barrier to us.
Deb Larwood, District Councillor Kimber. So I think we are working really well in that space to try and attract people to our communities, and you know, we are looking at succession planning within to fill those executive level positions, but also it's a timing issue. Like, we are limited in our areas for rainfall, except for this year. So when it rains, we need our graders on the ground working as long as they can to maximise the opportunities to grade our roads, to maintain them to high levels while the moisture is still there. And that's when we draw the contractors in. Like, we are going to have a huge harvest this year. We are not going to be able to keep up with the work that we need to do on our roads during that harvest, and that's where the contractors come in. We haven't done a lot of grading in the past 3 or 4 months because it has been so wet, but when it does dry up, when harvest does start, then we will need to hit the ground running, and we won't be able to do that without contractors. Alternatively, in those downtimes, we don't want our staff to be sitting there doing nothing, and we can't afford for them to be sitting there doing nothing. We can't afford to have the equipment sitting there, you know, for 6 months of the year not doing nothing. So we I guess, add to our workforce by the contractors to ensure we can deliver in the timeframes we need to deliver in.
Did you have a final question, Mr. Benning?
Just a quick one, Chair. In terms of federal funding flowing down to local government, there's a greater portion of that is now through tied programs, and therefore you need to write grants to get access to this federal funding. So how do you go about, how many grant writers do you have in your respective councils? How do you go about doing that? And then once you have applied for a competitive grant, do you have concerns with how long it takes till you fund it, if you're successful or otherwise, for that program?
Deb Larwood, District Council of Kimber. So as mentioned previously, we do have an economic development manager, and she is predominantly our grant writer among 50 million other activities that she does. She also supports our community with grant writing. We have a lot of lead-in time to applying for grants. So as mentioned previously, the costs aren't just in the grant writing, it's in the preparation. We'd like to do a Main Street upgrade. We need plans for that. Current estimate for that is $200,000 to get those plans prepared before we even start the process. And we have noticed, and I would say that there does seem to be quite a lag time from lodging your grant application to getting a successful application. And that has a really big impact in today's economic compliance environment. Like with the current volatility around fuel, which fuel impacts us twofold, because it not only increases the cost of our materials, but then we have to get everything freighted to us. That can exponentially increase the value of the projects that you are considering doing and that you're getting grant funding for. And that additional funding won't come from the grant, it'll need to come from council. So a quicker turnaround, and I understand there's a lot of logistics that go into approving grants, but a quicker turnaround would be much better. But ideally, consistent untied funding that we can reliably know is coming into the future would allow us to better plan. But it's also, I guess, concern for me is around the tied grants is that we tend to prioritise our projects based on what we can get grant funding for, as opposed to what really we need. So we might need water infrastructure, but there may be no grants out there for that, so we might prioritise something else that we know we can get grant funding for. So,
Mr. Hoyle, or
Yeah, Calvin, Woodland Council. We too have an economic development manager who primarily searches for and writes up grants for us. And again, as stated, timing is essential because it affects the costs of the elements of what's being quoted, and with contractors and that and their availability, it's got to be a quick turnaround so that we can seize the moment and not leave contractors sitting waiting for, oh, we're waiting on a result. That's not good enough, because the cost will change. It changes regularly, and council will end up having to foot that bill out of their own funds. So yeah, a quick turnaround I think is highly important in any grant that's going for. And again, we do search for grants that maybe we don't sometimes want, but it's something that we'll pick as opposed to what we really do need. It would be nice if they were maybe a little bit more broader in their scope, as opposed to just something very specific. So yeah, timing is probably really important there.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. Yeah, it's been really valuable for our committee, and I just want to thank you for sharing your council's experiences as well. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. We'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the City of Whyalla, the District Council of Franklin Harbour and the District Council of Cleve to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Whyalla? Yep. That's there. Yeah. So maybe the City of Whyalla. So just if you could say your name and the full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Justin Commons, Chief Executive Officer of the City of Whyalla.
Grant Jennings, Manager Finance and Knowledge Management from City of Whyalla, and also the Vice President of the Financial Management Group.
Grant Crosby, District Council of Cleve, Manager of Infrastructure and Civil Works.
And Phil Cameron, District Council of Cleve. I'm the Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good afternoon, Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyne, the Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
And I now invite you to make a brief...
And Tom Vanning.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, good.
Not forget you. Oh, good. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and we might start with the City of Whyalla.
Thank you. Justin Commons, City of Whyalla. So, South Australian local councils, many of us are unsustainable, including the City of Whyalla. We're the largest regional city in the Eyre Peninsula region and also part of the Upper Spencer Gulf region, together with Port Augusta and Port Pirie. One of the key things that I'd like the committee to consider is one of the unique challenges for South Australian local government, particularly the non-metro councils, is that we're very much a city-state. Unlike most of the other states which you represent, we don't have large regional capital cities of scale. So Mount Gambier in the south of South Australia is the largest regional city, 28,000. Whyalla is the largest in the northern and western part of the state, with a grand sum of 21,000 people. Why that's significant is that we're very reliant on Metropolitan Adelaide for a lot of the labour and materials and supplies that we need in region, and over the last couple of years we've had about a 30 to 40% increase in our locality loadings on many of our contracts to be able to do work within our cities. Our council area, in addition to providing all of the normal facilities and services that you'd expect, we also own and operate an airport, which presents some significant financial challenges for us, as well as the childcare centre as well. Our view is that the current model is fundamentally flawed in terms of the way that funding comes through to local councils. We think it's exacerbated with a city-state like South Australia, so our state receives less financial resources from the Commonwealth Government as a state government, so its ability to then pass state-funded grants and state-funded programs is much limited compared to other interstate scenarios. And with the 30% minimum that essentially most of the metropolitan councils receive, with the exception of just a couple, what that results in is less money being available for regional and remote councils, which is where the funding is most significantly needed. So we think there is a structural problem. We would advocate that some of the allocations across all councils could or should be done at the federal level, which would in part address that imbalance between the states. we also want to highlight that over time we've been moving away from untied funding towards more tied funding. We certainly advocate that trying to just adjust the current funding distribution mechanism is going to be inherently flawed, in that there is more money that is needed by local government than what is currently available. And like many other councils across the country, we would advocate that the financial assistance grants be increased to 1% of Commonwealth taxation take. The importance of the financial assistance grants is because they are untied, they can be applied to the services and the assets that need to be maintained by each community. So if you think of the term, the notion of a floating tide floats all boats, we believe that there needs to be an overall increase for local government, and particularly untied funding. We'll get into some of the discussion about some of the red tape that applies to competitive tied funding programs later in the discussion. And I might stop there, given it's an opening introduction, but got plenty to contribute later. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We'll now go to the South Australian Local Government Financial Management Group.
Thank you. Grant Jennings. So financial sustainability in local government is not a new issue. In the South Australian context, a substantial body of work was undertaken approximately 20 years ago, which led to legislative reform, including requirements for councils to develop long-term financial plans and asset management plans, which was nation-leading legislation at the time. And while these changes were impactful on the sector and did increase the overall sustainability of the sector, what is telling is that here, 20 years later, there are still some South Australian councils who are not fully compliant with this legislation and are falling further behind. Are we going to be having the same conversation about financial sustainability in local government 20 years from now, with no real change having occurred? Local government is an amazing sector, the level of government that exists at the coalface of communities, with decisions made by community leaders for the benefit of the community. But the strength of local government can also be its weakness. Community leaders elected to councils come from a large range of backgrounds and don't usually have the skill sets of board members that would be making decisions in private sector organisations of similar complexity. And for this reason, councils rely heavily on the skill of their administration to ensure that they receive good training and high quality advice to allow for good decision making. And this is the main source of pain for many regional councils. The ability to attract and retain the skill sets required to run a modern council in remote areas is a nearly impossible task. I think about Whyalla City Council. As Justin said, we're the biggest council city in the region, and we struggle to get the skill sets in that we need. I can't imagine how some of the really small councils deal with that. Some key areas of concern are governance, finance, asset management and procurement. Often one person will have to wear many of these specialised hats, and corporate knowledge is often held with one person and lost if they move on. It's going to be quite scary when you remember, for example, that councils manage asset bases that are normally 10 to 15 times their annual income, with 70% of their annual expenditure going towards maintaining those assets. But sometimes they really don't understand what their asset base looks like. The SA Financial Management Group, the Local Government Finance Authority and the Local Government Association of SA are all investing in upskilling the sector in these key areas with a focus on financial sustainability as the ultimate outcome. Any programs that could be implemented in this space by other levels of government would be valuable. For example, we highlighted the establishment of regional capability hubs to provide practical shared access to experts and allow for staff capability uplift in these key areas of skill shortage. Funding arrangements are also an area that need focus. FA grants are vital to the operation of regional councils, with their primary purpose having always been to attempt to even out the cost of delivering services across councils based on need and ability to pay. However, over time, the size of the grant pool compared to the size of the Australian tax base has reduced, with an apparent preference for growth in tied funding sources. During this period of decline, the complexity of local government has grown multiple times over, actually creating demand for more untied grant funding, not less. Tied grant funding often creates false economies, with grants that are more likely to target the construction of new assets rather than renewal. Councils see bang for buck in getting matching funding, however they are likely to do this at the expense of existing renewal commitments. And even if they don't, they often miss consideration of the additional long-term costs of an increased asset base, and so exacerbate any financial sustainability pressures that they may be feeling. In contrast, untied funds increase the capacity of councils to perform the things that they exist to do, continue providing vital services, maintain their current asset base, and provide the flexibility to deal with the many increasing complexities that they face, such as increased public expectations, growth, cost shifting, etc. We don't think the answer is necessarily more grant funding, although this always helps, but instead a higher percentage of grants being focused towards untied streams like FA grants, or alternatively flexible tied funding streams that can be used for renewal, similar to what the LRCI program offered. So that was the main. There was obviously more within our submission, but they were the few key areas that we wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And now we will go to the District Council of Cleve.
Thank you. Mayor Phil Cameron, District Council of Cleve. The total value of every roadable property in our district, every farm, house and business across 5,295 square kilometres is $1.49 billion. The investment we are being asked to enable is worth more than that. Who are we? We are a council of 1,742 people, about 1,550 roadable properties spread across 5,295 square kilometres on the Eyre Peninsula. We run it with 21 staff who look after 96 kilometres of road and $5 million of assets each for those 21 staff. We own and maintain $113 million worth of infrastructure, including 2,023 kilometres of road. What we want the committee to hear is we are financially sustainable. That is exactly the problem. We run an operating surplus. We renew our assets at 100%. We hold net financial assets. ASCOSA has confirmed this. But ASCOSA has confirmed that we are sustainable on one condition, that we do not build anything new, so we can't take any more infrastructure in our district. Meanwhile, our district is being asked to host several $1 billion of national investment. They are the Vestas wind farm, which is a $1 billion investment, AGL Yadneri, that's the solar renewable project, the Renascor graphite mine, Yumbar's agriculture growth, and also a blue technology precinct, which we ourselves are delivering for the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth has put $185 million of finance in just to one of those projects. Our whole operating annual surplus is just $114,000. What this means on the ground: we have two capital projects. One is funded, $32 million, that's over 10 years, to renew what we already own. One is not, that's $26 million to enable what is coming. We have no way to raise the second. The biggest single need is housing. We have 157 residential blocks ready to release. Council owns the land, but cannot fund the $18 million of pipes and roads to unlock them. Our rental vacancy is under 1%. So, yeah, we've got no rental properties. All our housing stock is full. I think we've only got one or two houses on the market. So that's all exhausted. Council has already built 17 houses themselves using $2.8 million of our own money. That's more than half a year's rates, because no one else would do that. To fund the $26 million from rates would mean a permanent 65% rate increase on a shrinking population. That's not a real option. We're here to ask the committee to fix our budget. We are here because the system cannot see what we've been asked to carry, and the clearest example in the country of a problem of every growing regional council will face. Council did put in a written submission to the inquiry, which has got some 9 recommendations to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those opening statements. They're very compelling. I'll just start with a question for Cleve, and I know you've touched on it in your opening statement as well, but your submission argues that councils are increasingly required to fund infrastructure needed for that nationally significant investments. So how large is the gap between Cleve's current funding capacity and its identified enabling infrastructure needs? Like, what do you need, even though they've said that you can't build any more?
That would be, I guess, we've got the funded in our 10-year financial plan is the 32 million. Right. At this stage, with the cost that we've identified to enable what's coming up is 26 million, so we can't fund that 26 million. Yeah. That's also, we're also a coastal council as well, and that doesn't even include our jetty and marina and a few issues like that, which we need to fund as well. So that's the gap that we've identified existing to do with those projects that are coming on stream and the rest. Yeah.
And what about how important would something like a dedicated host community enabling infrastructure fund be in supporting the regions experiencing major energy, mining and industry investment? Like, is there anything like that?
Yep. Mayor Phil Cameron, District Council Cleve. Yep. We cannot rate the energy precincts that are coming. So there's two there that are a couple of $1 billion worth. The Vestas is a 1,000 megawatt, is it? And the AGL is about 300. There's going to be about 200 or 300 people in construction camps for each project. There's no way that we can rate them. The farmers are the actual people that make the money out of it, because they get recompense for the wind tower and the infrastructure that's sitting on their land. The council gets nothing for that. So we've still got to maintain all the roads and offer all the services and everything to facilitate them. Plus, probably there's 20 or 30 permanent jobs there. They've got nowhere to live. We've got no housing. We've exhausted everything. So some of that $26 million also includes, trying to ramp up to get our 80 odd sites in Cleve, so we can put houses and everything. So to get the infrastructure, pipes and sewerage and power and all that done as well. So I think what needs to be happening, we also talk about the Canadian model in our submission, which is a bit different to the Australian one. But I think the federal funding needs to foresee what we haven't already got on our books. So the accounts, our 10-year financial plan and everything shows our existing assets, but I think you really need to explore what that doesn't show, which is the assets that we may need to maintain with these ongoing projects and to get our housing built. They aren't on any books anywhere. That's blind to everyone. No one can see what's coming up to the District Council of Cleve and what we may need to maintain in the future. So there's no mechanism there to fund those projects. And if we do get new infrastructure build, obviously that comes with depreciation. So we've got no way. We're only just breaking surplus funding our financially sustainable funding our existing depreciation without any new depreciation. So I guess what we're asking for is with the accounts should probably have what we've got existing plus what council thinks might come up into the future to give a more complete overall picture of what the district's in for into future, or what's required into the future to make the district sustainable.
So can I just clarify that? So that that's a state requirement that you don't get that revenue from
That's correct.
Yeah, it's stopping you from...
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So would something like a fund where you obviously get funding back, would that be helpful?
Yes, we'd like to rate, obviously get council rates. Some organisations do have community funds that benefit the community, but that doesn't benefit the council.
Yeah.
It just might benefit the local footy club or something like that. But the council still has to provide, well, no one else will provide the housing, and District Council Cleve developers won't. So someone's got to do it, etc., etc. So, and maintain all the roads and other infrastructure. So there's no way there that we can. And as I said, the landowners are the people that get paid $40,000 a year to have a wind tower on their block of land, but we don't get any benefit out of that because we can't rate it. So, but we've still got to provide all the services. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Benning.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to continue on this line of questioning, and thank you both for travelling down here today. This inquiry is around the financial sustainability of regional councils, and I think Cleve is probably felt most is most acutely impacted by this particular issue. But I also welcome comment from Whyalla. There's a lot of projects around Whyalla, but I don't think it's in your council area, so to speak. But for Cleve, $1.5 billion of investment for stage one. You've got AGL doing their large investment as well. Stage two goes ahead. I think that's the biggest wind project in the southern hemisphere. That's still a while away. So that's significant investment coming into your district, to which you cannot rate those. So they're impacting your roads, they're impacting your water, your housing. Have you done any calculations onto what, how much you could rate these assets should the legislation change, and what would that mean for your council?
Phil Cameron, District Council, Cleve, the Mayor. I haven't. We haven't done the exact science or the modelling in that because obviously the current rating system is on property value, etc. So as to the valuation of a wind farm and the rate and the dollar that would be applicable to it would need to be explored. But we do have a separate rate for our for the Viterra, or the grain handling model, which is on differential rates, because we charge differential rates, of course. So they do get charged for the bulk handling of grain within our district, a differential rate that's different to residential and primary production. So we'd need to probably come and do the modelling as to a wind farm and the capital value of that. I don't know quite how all that works with it being on private land and obviously the farmer's lease or whatever the mechanism there is. So, but there's just no capacity at all for us to rate that separately.
Have you done an assessment of what it'll cost you to sustain this large temporary workforce and the additional workforce for the ongoing FTA? And then from a Whyalla point of view, I suspect that all these assets will be floated in on your wharf. But to Cleve, have you done any assessment as to what this will cost the council to support all those new workers?
Yeah, Phil Cameron, the Mayor of Cleve. Not as yet. We're still in discussion with Vestas to work out the final location of the construction camp and what roads they'll want to use and everything. I guess that discussion will take place over the next 12 to 18 months. They plan to start construction in 2028. So, yeah, I guess we'll need to. Grant, what have you got anything you want to?
Yeah, Grant Crosby, District Council of Cleve. Yeah, looking ahead, it is a little scary as far as what this means for especially our road network going forward. Of course, a lot of other councils our size are in have a similar dilemma already with the grain harvesting, changing directions, that sort of thing, to ports. Already identified Category 1 through to 3 roads have changed significantly in the last few years. We've had to recategorise and focus on resheeting roads that were predominantly just a clay-based road. You know, a property access road has now become a freight route. So that's added a lot of expense to our resheeting program. So yeah, enter these new projects. It's just going to well, who knows? It might double it, might increase it by a third, but that's huge for us. Without constant funding coming in, it's very hard to sustain.
Justin Commons from City of Whyalla. Look, we support renewable energy projects. We, in this region, have got some of the world's best coincidental wind and solar resources. So we are in the exact location where grid-scale renewable energy projects should occur. I think today there is a federal National Cabinet meeting about the subject of data centres. Data centres are going to be major users of renewable energy, which is a good thing because that will actually bring on that investment. But the issue that South Australian local councils have got is that South Australia is an outlier compared to other states, where our State Electricity Act inhibits council from rating power generation and power storage infrastructure. So as the Mayor of Cleve just mentioned, that means that council's not recovering any additional rate revenue from those developments. There's been lots of studies done in the past that it would not be a disincentive for these multi-billion-dollar investments to still proceed, the amount of council rates that we're talking about. But importantly, if councils were able to collect rate from that type of land use, all things being equal, that would make a significant reduction in the rates that we'd otherwise have to collect from the balance of our community, particularly residential community. And back to the city-state reference, the state government's got limited capacity to fund programs for local government. Councils being more self-sufficient in terms of being able to increase their rate revenue through these types of land developments would actually take some of that pressure off. So essentially it's a win-win-win for all parties if that current legacy issue was resolved at the state government level.
Thank you. And to Mr. Commons again, Whyalla's probably felt most acutely by the airport situation. You have 2 large Qantas flights a day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. You've got to keep security open for 4 hours. Yep. My understanding is that costs for a plane going from Whyalla to Adelaide, that costs about $55 to the ticket for someone. So, and the council owns that asset.
That's correct.
Could you just expand on that a little bit and the impacts on your council?
Yeah. So the federal government devolved responsibility for airports back in the 1950s. Our council is the owner and operator of the Whyalla Airport. A policy decision made by the Department of Home Affairs off the back of the 9/11 incident around security screening required certain ports that had a certain size plane and certain number of passengers to have full baggage and security screening installed. Our council currently spends about $3.8 million to run our airport. The only revenue that we are able to recover is from the passengers in terms of a passenger levy. But one of the things that we're very mindful of is the price elasticity of demand for the Whyalla Airport, given it's only, inverted commas, 4 hours drive from Adelaide. We also have a population that's got a very low CEFA index, so a lot of social disadvantage. People can't afford air flights. So that is, whilst it costs us about $3.8 million to operate, after allowing for the revenue, it's about $940,000 operating deficit that we currently run, and that's after assuming that 50% of the depreciation of that asset is paid for by the state or federal government, as was the case with our recent upgrade. But most importantly, as per your question, Mr. Benning, it's now $46 is the cost, that's security screening costs per passenger that is put onto the ticket price. That results in our flights being quite expensive. So at a minimum, you're looking at about $450 to $500 minimum return flight from Adelaide to Whyalla, and that's only if you book well in advance. If you don't book in advance, you're looking at ticket prices in excess of $700 return. For a regional location, that is super important in terms of being able to get things like GPs, allied health professionals, other industry required professional people into the region. That's a significant cost. And unfortunately that cost is currently being borne by our ratepayers, and we understand that our community gets a benefit, but it does come at a significant cost.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Just closing out reference to the airport, we've made previous submissions to the federal government that they're, instead of regional locations like Whyalla having a $46 impost on the ticket price, that there should be a national levy applied across all flights right across Australia. And if you do the maths, it works out to be about 75 cents per ticket per person if it was defrayed across all flights. So whether you're flying from Adelaide to Brisbane, for example, or Adelaide to Whyalla, you should pay the same cost for security screening, given that it's a national service that's being delivered. But unfortunately, regional passengers are currently paying an eye-watering amount compared to passengers on other routes at present. And it does ultimately preclude other operators coming into the market to service the regional demand that we've got, which then in turn exacerbates the issue that we've got a lot of traffic on our roads, which I'm sure we'll get to shortly.
Thank you.
Mr. Burnell.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence today. I just wanted to touch on 2 points. The first one was just picking up on the back of Mr. Venning's line of questioning regarding power generation and the inability to rate on those properties. Where are discussions at with the state government around a potential reversal of decision to exclude? I imagine when the decisions were made that renewable energy power generation farms were not in the mix. So I'm keen to understand where discussions are at currently.
Justin Commons, City of Whyalla. This has been a long-standing issue that local government's been advocating to the state government to change. Essentially, that change to Electricity Act occurred back in the 1990s when the electricity market was deregulated by, not being party politics, by a former Liberal government of the time. This current state government, I think, has got a sense that they're aware, or they're clearly aware of the issue. However, despite our advocacy to date, the state government doesn't appear to have the appetite to make that change. I think it probably relates to their desire not to increase taxes, which was one of their election promises in the past, and enabling councils to introduce or now start to rate these properties could be seen as an increased tax. So I think that's the major inhibitor, but I'm hoping that things such as the National Cabinet meeting of today, also the Royal Commission that the state government has commissioned in relation to AI, which is obviously going to need data centres, that this sort of issue will be flushed out. And noting before I made reference to the renewable energy, the state government of South Australia also has the Hydrogen and Renewable Energy Act that actually incentivises and supports grid-scale regional renewable energy to occur in our locations. So there's going to be more of these types of developments in the future, not less. I can't speak specifically as to why the state government has not conceded yet to the agitation and advocacy from the local government sector, but I'm hoping that it'd be getting closer.
It'd be quite interesting to get the quantum sum of what the lost rate revenue would be across the state, given the rapid expansion of solar and wind farms and power energy or battery energy storage systems.
if I may, just on that, Justin Commons from City of Whyalla, it would be in the millions. And I think that's part of the reason why the state government's nervous about it, because across all councils, all projects, it would be in the millions. But when you break it down to each council area, and importantly that flow-on impact in terms of the rest of the ratepayer base, because what we get most criticism from our community is the cost of rates. So political football every year, particularly with state government, about how much council rates are going up. This would be a way that council rate increases could be moderated over time if we actually had access to a different income source.
And I assume that this is impacting on your social licence to be able to roll these sort of programs out in your local communities as well, because there's a cost impulse, not a cost benefit to the local community.
That Justin Commons, City of Whyalla, that is correct. Also, there's the amenity impact, as well as the significant water, electricity, and other matters that need to be considered as well.
I know, so I'm deviating away from another line of questioning I want, but I think it's important to extrapolate this out a little bit. I do know that in other states where these arrangements are entered into, the local government areas get some form of negotiation with the providers of these new energy facilities in the way of social infrastructure. Has that occurred in your local government areas? And if so, have you been given or has there been terms negotiated around the ongoing asset renewal of those assets that are potentially going to be put in by a third party?
Justin Commons, City of Whyalla. To date in Whyalla, no, because these projects haven't got to financial investment decision stage at this point in time. And whilst we're talking about renewable energies, there are other significant projects in and around Whyalla as well, including steel making, mining, as well as Northern Water projects and these renewable energy projects. I think one of the key recommendations I would make is that instead of having each community group having to negotiate with these multinational, multi-billion dollar projects about what contribution they make to each different community group, that there should be a standard approach taken, and there should be, and council rates in effect could be that approach. Different proponents will come into town and they will offer certain things, but the actual value of the benefit, community benefit, often is quite short term and quite limited versus the overall impost that these projects will have on the local community. I'll stop there and defer to my colleagues.
Phil Cameron, Mayor of Cleve District Council. We're currently in negotiations with one of the proponents for some social benefit, I guess, which is based on the New South Wales model that they have over there. I guess that the fund will benefit, hopefully, to be negotiated, hopefully non-for-profit organisations within the Cleve District. That still doesn't give council any extra resources at all, because council will not retain any of those funds to put into maintaining the road networks and whatever else it has to look after. So the main beneficiaries, I guess, will be the non-for-profit organisations within the district, which is a good outcome. But that's about the only negotiation point we've got. So we haven't got the, as Justin's pointed out, that we haven't got the clout to organise a rate in the dollar out of them for our council rates will still increase, I guess, to maintain the necessary infrastructure required, because we cannot rate those entities, but hopefully our non-for-profit groups will reap a benefit out of it, but it's only at early stages yet. with those discussions. So.
I'm mindful we need to get to the Deputy Chair. Can I just quickly ask one last question of you, Mr Jennings? What's the difference between a SCOSA and the services that the South Australian Local Government Financial Management Group deliver?
Yes, Grant Jennings. So we are the group of professionals who work within local government. So financial members from all councils. We have about 95% of the membership of councils across South Australia. So it's more of a community of practice and advocacy and that sort of thing, whereas obviously a SCOSA is the oversight body for the state government.
And do you have any overlap with the SCOSA, only during that consultation process?
Yeah, we try to advocate towards them and maintain a relationship with them and be involved in sort of project and working groups. We try to get them involved so that they understand our sector well, seeing as they've only been doing this for 4 years. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I just want to continue on with this, the renewables and the return on to your communities, because I'm really struggling to accept the argument that you're losing money as a council because there's a cost to your operating budgets because of this energy development, and that you're then asking simply for a community benefit fund that's a short-term sugar hit. These projects don't have social licence, right? They have to earn it, and they don't have it as a standing start. So what is it going to take for you to feel like you have more negotiating power to get a longer term return? For example, a profit sharing agreement of some order.
Justin Commons from the City of Whyalla. What councils have been advocating for a long time from the state government is to change the Electricity Act, which they can do, which would enable councils to rate these developments and then consequently be able to attract a revenue stream to fund the cost of social infrastructure, the impost on roads and the like. We think that is more financially responsible. It is consistent with other states, and instead of each community, negotiating to try and come up with a community benefit fund, which, as you just mentioned, typically is a large sugar hit, it actually gives councils greater certainty, regularity over the term of the life of those assets. So that's what we've been seeking. Not sure why the state government has yet to come to the party with that.
But Mr. Commons, I accept that you have tried. I'm not arguing that you haven't tried getting the Act changed for rateable. I'm simply putting on the table why you have you asked for, in the absence of being able to do that, a longer term profit share or return to the community, 0.5% or something, which would probably be a substantial amount of money. Have you asked for that, or have they ever put it on the table? Again, to my point, these projects do not of themselves have a social licence, so you do have more negotiating power than in a circumstance where a project had a social licence.
Justin Commons,
Yep.
City of Whyalla. I think one of the key considerations here is it's actually the state government who's got the planning authority to approve where these developments occur, and it's the state government that is making the decision as to where these projects are enabled. Councils actually have no seat at the table when it comes to negotiating which sites get developed for this purpose, nor any capacity to be at the table to have that negotiation. It's essentially an afterthought, / some of the proponents will come forward within the communities and they will talk about delivering community benefit, and they will be open to those conversations, but there's no legislative impost, and it comes down to a case-by-case circumstance as to what benefits are derived from the council.
That just seems like the situation is worse than I understood. You don't have a seat at the table, you can't rate it, you can't negotiate more than just a sugar hit. Like, it's a really, in your roads, your community amenity, you're having to pay for it. I think the situation's far worse than I understood.
Phil
Mr.
Cameron,
Mayor,
Mayor of District Council Cleve. Yep. As I said, we're currently in negotiations with one of the proponents, energy proponents. I guess the sugar hit's good terminology to use for that. They come up with a figure per megawatt produced over the lifetime of the project. We've had a look at what they do in New South Wales and are coming up to something to give to them to have a look at. There will be some community benefit, but the council will not get any direct benefit themselves out of it. So it's just a fund that gets dished out to non-for-profit organisations within the district.
But they will not talk to you, on the basis that you're supplying infrastructure that they're getting a profit out of. Will they not even countenance having a conversation with you about a return to the council?
No, the council won't. As I said, there will be a community fund of some sort that will go to the community, non-for-profit organisations. There will be no direct contribution to council at this stage for the ongoing maintenance that we need to do to the roads and other infrastructure within the district. So.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, they won't have that conversation with you about that?
There's no mechanism there. We've had those conversations. The only thing they'll do is have a community fund, and will at this stage have a look at putting some money into a community fund that each year the money gets divided out to the non-for-profit organisations within our community. So council will not get a direct benefit, the community will, but the council won't. So.
Can I ask one last question just quickly? If it's generating electricity, is it bypassing your communities, or are you getting some of that power delivered to your communities? If there are projects that are going to deliver electricity into the grid, are you getting any of it directly locally, or is it just bypassing?
Some of those conversations are yet, Phil Cameron, Mayor of District Council Cleve, some of those conversations are yet to be had with the providers as to whether there will be a community benefit to the locals as reduced power. But council will not get. We've got no ability to rate them. There'll be no direct income to council. There will be an income stream to some of the community non-for-profit organisations for community benefits. So.
Justin Commons, City of Whyalla. These grid scale projects are all about putting power into the grid, or in future potentially being behind data centres, behind the grid. But typically the feedback and conversations we've had is that there's no direct benefit to the local community from this infrastructure in our backyard.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably worth noting as well, regardless whether it's renewable energy or, coal, it's the same situation. Can I just ask one question? So you know how the community not-for-profits are getting a benefit out of it? Will that is that relating to infrastructure? Like, will there be a cost to council from that?
Just Phil Cameron, Mayor of District Council Cleve. But a lot of the non-for-profits lease their properties from council for a peppercorn rental. It's up to them to maintain their assets, so the council doesn't maintain them at all. But we do have an existing community benefit fund due to a cropping program that we run. So we dish out they put in grant applications each year, and we whatever we can divide out of that. So I would gather that the energy thing would be probably similar to a council community benefit fund that just goes direct to non-for-profits, but it still doesn't help council give council any additional revenue to maintain the road networks or anything out there. So that's why I think the rating bit's important.
Yeah, definitely.
I think what Justin made is if we had the ability to rate, we could do both. We could do the community benefit plus the council maintenance out of the one lump sum without there, being two different sorts. I think that's probably the way to go.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. We might end there today, but if you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now declare this public hearing closed.